What's going on, everybody? Hello, hello. How's it going? Hope everybody's doing well. Welcome to the stream. There's the echo. All right, echo's taken care of. How's everybody doing? Welcome. Kind of a weird, hectic, ridiculous day today. Major Gamer Geek, happy Friday Eve indeed. Back at you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, we're gonna do a couple of giveaways tonight. Since I've been really sporadic with the streaming lately, we've had we've had a lot going on. So RJM Junior 223, good to see you. RM RJM Junior 222 came by earlier, said a bunch of really nasty things about you. Might want to have a chat with them. But thanks for coming by. Got your haircut? All right. I got my haircut too. I just didn't style it at all today. Thus the hat. But I do have a fancy collection of beanies I could put on. I've got Astro Canuck. If anybody follows Astro Canuck, we got that beanie. Wore that a couple weeks ago. We got some Amish Ace going on, complete with dog hair. I don't know why that one got so much dog hair. Same with Zach M. Rutledge. Tons and tons of dog hair on these. And then we got the very first Babe Ross beanie. I might throw that one on tonight, maybe. And then Mocha Maid. So Mocha Maid just finished their what felt like a month-long giveaway series, but it was only a week long. And man, they gave away what, like 500 or something things. It was pretty wild. Need to start some more racer prints. Yeah, I didn't do any of the racer stuff. I didn't have time to like put all that stuff together, but oh well, it's all good. And Tosha, good to see you. Glad to be back on the stream. Good to have you back for sure. So tonight we're gonna do a couple of giveaways. We got a 3D printed dragon. I got a Lego kit over here of Goofy and Pluto that we'll give away. Trying to think which hat I want to wear. I don't think I wore the Babe Ross one yet, so we're gonna put on some Babe Ross here. There we go. There we go. All right. We'll channel our inner Babe Ross since we're gonna do some painting tonight. So yeah, it's a good sized project, printing and assembling. That's what I've heard. Yeah, with all the tracks and all this stuff to put together, it seemed like it was pretty involved. So it'd be exciting to see everybody there. I'm gonna try and print up some 3D dragons and stuff to maybe give away there. We'll see. I might do something where it's like, if you can prove you like sub to my channel, I'll give you a dragon or something like that. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But yeah, I'm gonna take the Prusa Mark IV that we unboxed last Thursday. I'm gonna bring that to the show. I'm definitely bringing the Voron because it's a pile of crap, and I'm either gonna get people to help me fix it or I'm gonna sell the thing at Rocky Mountain, which I know will be a little difficult for anybody to kind of get back home. I don't think anybody's going to expect to buy a Voron at the show, but I'm tired of dealing with it. Invested a lot of money in really good hardware, and I'm having too many problems with it, and I don't have the patience to do it. Have Joseph sign the Mark IV? Maybe. I mean, if I can get him to come over to my booth, but I'm not going to carry it over to his booth. But we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, tonight we're gonna get into some airbrushing. So I did more airbrushing on the April giveaway dragon. I got a little bit more shading in there. I want to hit it with some white highlights, and then I want to do the head, like paint the eyes and do the teeth and stuff like that. I've also got some stuff that I'm doing for the Monday make on Loyal Moses' channel. So somebody picked out this cool Boba Fett ship that comes in parts, and so I printed everything in this beige gross filament, and I gave everything a kind of an airbrush base coat, and I'm actually going to spend some time airbrush this to look like the ship. So I went online and I'm like, all right, what am I in for? What am I going to have to do from here? So let me switch over to this screen, and we're going to go over to the browser. We'll shut off the webcam. And in the browser, we're going to go over to this. So this is what we're going to aim for as far as a paint job. So it's gonna take a minute to put that together. As far as the amount of effort to go into the painting, but this is what we're going to aim for. So this is the top part of the ship. So I'm going to have to hit it with kind of a very light olive white sort of color for sort of this sort of base coat here. and then a darker drab for the sides and the front. So some of this is going to be like I'll need to get in there with masking tape to airbrush. And then the front here, I'm probably just going to do just a black window, but I might try to do like a white highlight, like up in the corner, something like that, like some light is hitting it. But obviously the print was not meant to be translucent and see-through. Otherwise, the model creator would have like had that as a separate piece to do as a a resin print or something. In which case, I could have tinted some clear resin to be able to look inside the ship. But I think I'm just going to do like a dark coat on there, and then we'll get some burgundy and stuff like that around the bottom of it here. So I basically went through and found pictures from different angles so we can try to plan out, like we got the little strut in here that's going to be kind of this orange color. We're going to have a lot of like wear and tear and weathering and stuff like that to get into. And then the underside is going to be really involved. So right now everything is kind of this flat gray color. So I'm going to have to hit this again with kind of that olive sort of drab color, get in here with some blue, do some orange or rust or something around some of this, get some yellow on the wingtips and stuff like that. So that's basically going to be my weekend project and get that ready for the Monday makes. So it'll be fun. I don't know that anybody's ever gotten as involved as like painting a model for that, so it should be pretty fun. So I'm going to work through that tonight. I'm going to work through the dragon head for the giveaway, which is this guy. Actually, let me switch back over to this screen and show you what I got. So exclamation point giveaway in chat. We're going to give away some stuff. I'll show you everything I'm going to give away tonight, but this is the dragon. I was going to post pictures today, and then my chatbot died, and I had to like go scramble and find a video cable to plug that computer into a video screen so I could figure out what was going on with the authentication keys, because my internet connection died for more than 2 hours, and whenever the chatbot can't refresh the authentication token, the whole chatbot dies. So I had to go in and manually reset a bunch of stuff, which is kind of a nuisance. So I need a better way of fixing that. But so I had meant to get better pictures of this on Instagram, but you can see from the last stream that there's a lot more darker colors and stuff in here. Did a little more shading around the bottom as well. On the front here, I painted in some shading over where his head goes. And so I need to hit this with a little bit more like white highlights now. I went back over the wings and did some more shading on the wings. So I'm pretty happy with where all this is going, but on the face here, I got to paint the eyes white, and I'm going to do white teeth. I'm probably going to leave his mouth mostly blue. I might get in there with like a darker blue around the top of his mouth. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get under his tongue very much, but I'm going to have to do that before I do the teeth. And then I'll do the teeth white, and then add some white on his eyes, and then I'll probably do some tiger striping around the chin. I usually get in here and do like a little bit of striping along the chin on that, and then that's going to be our monthly giveaway. So by getting in on the daily giveaway today, then you get an entry to get the monthly giveaway. So that's how that works on my stream. So welcome by everybody. So yeah, get in on the giveaway for sure. Invite people over to get in on the giveaway. Couple other things we're going to do tonight. I did some airbrushing on a welcome sign, and I painted that whole thing so the back layer is black, the middle layer is white, and then I did the airbrush kind of rainbow on the front. And then I grabbed another one that I kind of did a little bit of a rainbow thing on, but it's just that piece. It's not the whole sign, it's just that piece. So those were kind of fun to do. I might throw those in a box and just surprise somebody sometime on a giveaway. Those might just show up in the box. But for tonight, we're going to give away one of these guys. So this was done in, it started in a burnt titanium filament, and then it ran out right at the very end, and the other spool that I reached for, which was also labeled the same thing, was slightly different. And so his horns are a slightly different shade of burnt titanium than the rest of his body. So he's got like not frosted tips, but the very top part looks more blue, the rest of it looks more purple. But that's going to be our giveaway for tonight. And then we've got the little Lego kit over here as well. So we'll be drawing a couple of names for those over the course of the evening. What else? I also got, so most of the wood planks that I've been doing the little signs on were 4x4. or 4x6 blocks, and I actually picked up some 4x4 blocks to better do some coasters without wasting 2 inches of material. And so I got a whole stack of these in, and what I want to do, I need to go find the thing that I tested this on earlier today, is I want to airbrush different colors of paint on here and then do the laser engraving. Let me show you what that turned out to look like. So what I wanted to test out today is if I airbrush on the wood, can I laser engrave on that? And turns out you can. And it looks really bleached out because of the lights, but it actually turned out pretty good from a laser engraving point of view. It's just super bright because the plywood is already kind of naturally shiny. But I just did just a couple of, red and some orange and some green on there, and did a laser etch on top of that. So, hey, Bets, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate the resub. It's always good to have you back in the stream. RC, good to see you as well. Is it just regular PLA? Yes, it is. And then one thing I'm going to try. So one of the things that I've talked about on the stream is anybody that raids into the stream, I'm going to put you in a separate giveaway. So if you ever raid into my channel while I'm streaming, you automatically get put in another giveaway. And then every quarter, I'm going to do like something really, really special. And so Madeline used to go by Madeline of Rivia here on Twitch, now goes by Madeline Patience. She got drawn by the bot. And so I reached out and I said, hey, I want to make you a dragon. What color do you want? And she's like, if you could do a couple of shades of green, that would be cool. But doing these models in multiple colors doesn't really work well. And so what I thought I would do is I'm actually printing this in a really cool kind of flat forest green color, and I'm going to airbrush different colors of green paint on it. And I think it's going to look really, really neat. So I've got like some neon green, and I got some kind of like medium greens and dark greens and things like that. So I'm going to do some airbrushing on that dragon once it's finished printing. It's not going to finish till like later tonight, like well after the stream. And so I'm gonna do that probably on another stream and show people. What all am I giving away? So I've got this dragon, which is the burnt titanium dragon. So that one's being given away tonight. And this little Lego kit with Goofy and Pluto. And then every entry is going to get you into the giveaway for the really, really big dragon, which is this guy. And then it's got like the really big wings and so on. So it's about 18 inches long. The wing spans about 14 inches spanned across, and it's about 9 or 10 inches tall. So that's our monthly giveaway. This is going to get given away on May the 2nd. And I'm probably not going to assemble it. I'm probably going to ship it in pieces, and you'll be able to see like how the pieces go together. But like this is all one solid piece, and so I got to wrap all that up. But I'm going to wrap like the other parts around it, kind of thing. And it'll be up to you to assemble it. But the nice thing is just crazy glue is going to hold it together. These things are on pegs, and so the tail will stay on by itself, but the head will not. There is a little peg and pin thing, but it's not deep enough to stay attached. So you're actually going to have to like crazy glue that on. The wings will stay in place once they're inserted, but the head will need to get glued on. And so that'll be the responsibility of whoever wins. I did have a commission come in for another dragon. And I showed this one off on stream the other day on, was it Monday when I streamed? So this one started kind of this drab, sort of brown beige sort of color, and I've hit it with some gold, and I was doing the base here in this shiny gold, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I could get like some little gold coins or something to put on here, because I'm going to spray paint this and airbrush this to look like Smaug from Lord of the Rings. And so the other thing that I ordered, and it felt really weird to do this on Amazon, but I ordered a bag of rocks. This is just coarse sandstone, and it should be kind of a neutral color. I hope it's a neutral color. Yeah, it's a pretty neutral color. Ooh, there's a lot of quartz in here. So it's pretty neutral color stones, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to blast this with gold paint. And then I'm going to figure out how to put this around the dragon so it looks like the dragon's actually on like a pile of gold. Because the terrain that this model comes on doesn't really look like anything other than just ground. And so I wanted something that was going to look really, really chunky, and I can get in and around like some of the darker spots where I can't really get in and do very good shading and highlighting and things like that. And so what I want to do is I want to hit a bunch of this with some gold paint, and then probably glue it on with some just clear resin, and then we'll hit that with some UV light, and we'll get that cured and so on. So that's kind of my goal for that. So we're gonna have some fun. Tonight's mostly gonna be a painting night. That's the Babe Ross hat for the evening. But we'll do the drawing for the giveaways in a little bit. So we're gonna do we're gonna do 3 giveaways. So we got the dragon, we got the Lego kit, and then I actually got the e-commerce store finally up and running. So if you go to cool3dthings.com, pull that up in a browser here too. Go over to cool3dthings.com. You can also go to iandouglas.llc and you'll get a link to Cool 3D Things. But I got the Wix store up and running for laser engravings. So you can come in here and you can see all the different things that I can laser engrave, all the different signs and things like that. You can basically come in here and you can pick something from here. So if you get drawn for the laser engraving, you'll be able to come here, just pick whichever one you want, message me and say this is the one I want, and I'll get that made up for you. So that'll be our 3rd giveaway. So we're going to do 3 giveaways tonight. One will be a sign, one's going to be the Lego kit, one's going to be the dragon. And I don't know what order I'm going to do them in, but that's the plan. So get in on the giveaway if you want any of those things. If you're in the domestic US, I will cover the shipping. If you are international, I will cover up to $10 worth of shipping. And then it'll be up to you if you are international to tell me that you want it or not. If you are international, just let me know if we draw your name. If you're watching on Kick, because we got some people viewing over on Kick, you will need to come over to Twitch to enter the giveaway. Same thing with YouTube. We do have some people viewing over on YouTube as well. So hello to Kick and YouTube. You're welcome to come over to Twitch just to enter the giveaway. You can continue to watch on those other platforms. I appreciate the eyeballs over there. But if you want to get in on the giveaway, you do have to come over to Twitch. I don't have YouTube chat connected to the giveaway bot. I'm actually going to be going through and like building out a whole new giveaway bot that I can do on both YouTube and Twitch. But until Kick gives us a chat API to use, I can't integrate Kick on any of this. So I'm still going to stream over to Kick because I want to build up the audience over there. Same username on Kick if you want to go check out kick.com. Same username over there. It's the exact same stuff going on. But you will need to come over to Twitch to enter the giveaway. So Killer Bee Lord Cuke, thanks for the follow. I guess killer bees are better than murder hornets, right? So thanks for dropping by. You know, back in the, what was it, the 80s or 90s when the killer bees were like migrating up into North America, like it seemed that that was going to be a much bigger problem for the world than it turned out to be. I'm doing pretty good. It's been a really wild couple of weeks here at home. We had some stuff kind of affect our family and affect one of our kiddos, and it's not been fun to go through. A lot of sleepless nights. It's been rough. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a rough couple of weeks. But oh, gotta hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. I am chugging caffeine lately, so. But I should probably get some water. I actually have water. I'll go grab some water in a minute. So yeah, so tonight we're gonna get into some painting. Like I mentioned, we're gonna start painting up this Boba Fett ship. It's just kind of a flat gray color right now. So if I go over to that screen, provided my camera works, there we go. So we got just kind of a flat sort of gray color just as a base coat on here. And we're basically going to get this painted up a little bit like the like what we had over here in the browser window. And so I'm going to have to hit this with you know, different shades of paint and stuff like that to basically get this looking the way that we want it. So let me pull that window, if I can isolate that window. Where's that window? There it is. So we're going to have a little bit of work to do. So the shell here is kind of that top part of the image. So we're going to have to get in here. We need to mix up kind of this, like it's not a pure white sort of color on here. It's kind of a really kind of drab, like a really, really faint olive color. And then you get into more of the drab army green in here. This window plate is just going to be just plain black. I might see if I can do like a shiny kind of black where it'll at least reflect some light or something like that for photos and stuff. Hey, Killer B. So as far as like plans for the stream, it's just a painting night tonight. We're gonna get into some airbrushing and probably some actual like paintbrush work. I've got all the base coats that I need. Like I hit this with several base coats of just primer today, and so the primer's all dry and ready to go. But we're gonna have to get some other paint mixed up, and then the rear of the ship is probably going to be the most involved because this is going to have to get hit with several different kinds of paint and several different sorts of colors and whatnot. So we got kind of the drab green in here. We've got kind of a bronze copper color for these, and in here we're gonna have some yellow on the wingtips that we're gonna have to hit. And then we've got kind of this smoky blue color in here. So I'm probably going to hit everything with kind of this this drab, like this really light olive sort of color. And then I'll probably come in with a paintbrush and I'll grab, the drab green and things like that. And I got different angles of the photos here as well. So yeah, it's gonna be a pretty involved paint job. And then the wings on here, these wings basically go together like this. If I remember right. No, they go together like this. So if we flip this over this way, then these two pieces go on here, and then this part kind of fits up on here. And that's basically how the thing's going to go together once I glue it together. But I'm probably going to paint it before I glue it together. But this will give us some ideas about like what I need to paint on each section. So that's basically where we're going to get into. And throughout the evening, we've got 3 giveaways to do. So we'll draw some names. So feel free to do ! giveaway if you want to get in on the giveaway. It is open for international shipping. I will cover up to $10 of international shipping. So depending on where you are, we will discuss shipping costs and so on offline. But I need to mix up some other paint so we can actually get going on this. So I need some white to get started. I'm just going to use a primer white to get started on that one, and then I need something that's going to help me out with kind of that drab olive color. And unfortunately, I don't think I have anything that's already kind of a drab green. So I've got regular green, and I've got, well, don't need neon green, that's for sure. I've got a grass green, which is going to be way too bright. So I'm probably going to go with that green, and then we'll probably darken it down with some, probably a camel color. It's kind of a darker brown. And then we'll see if we can hit that with a little bit of gray or silver or something like that. Don't want a gold color. I've got a pearl black. Nope. I just want like a silver or a gray or something that doesn't have like the shiny stuff in it. My kingdom for some gray paint. I mean, I have gray primer that I can mix in, but I'll probably start with the camel color and slowly drip in the green until we get the color that we want. I don't want to start with the green and have to add brown because I think we're going to end up adding too much of the brown to get the color that we want, and I'm not going to need that much of the paint. And then we'll add the white to it to kind of thin that down and make kind of that base sort of white coat that we need. And then we'll get into some airbrushing. So, I have my tablet. I need to find the charger for my tablet so I can get chat up in front of me. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves for a moment while I set up my tablet. I'm gonna get my tablet over on a screen over here so I can pay attention to chat while I'm working. Like I said, it was kind of a weird day today to try to get a bunch of stuff going, and my chatbot decided at the last second to not work. So I had to get that online, and then it was dinner time and all kinds of fun today. So let me just get logged in on my tablet here. And we will get over to the chat window. e/e/chat. Wait for that to load. All right, so that's loaded. All right, cleanup aisle 3. As my dad would say, more hurry, less speed. I just dumped my whole cleaning pot on my desk, and all down my desk and all down my pant leg. Because that's the kind of day it's been around here. All right, so what are the giveaways for? That's a great question. So one of the things I do on my stream is I raise money for nonprofit groups whose primary mission it is to raise diversity in the tech industry. The group that we're raising money for this month is a group called Unloop, and their primary mission is to help people who've been in prison get jobs once they get out of prison. People that get incarcerated are historically some of the most discriminated against people trying to find jobs in general. And this group has made it their mission to help these people find jobs in the tech industry. In Colorado, just in the past week or so, our governor here in Colorado passed a bill into law that will allow people who are in prison to shorten their prison sentence if they do extended education. So if you get a bachelor's, or I think if you get a bachelor's degree, they'll take like 18 months off your sentence. And if you get a PhD, they'll take like another year or two or something off your sentence. Just to encourage people to, if you're going through the whole rehabilitation process, it's a really good sign that you want to contribute to society when you get out and so on. So I thought that was a pretty cool move. And so we're raising money for Unloop. You don't have to donate to Unloop to enter the giveaway, but you do need to follow in order to use chat in order to get into the giveaway. But if you want to contribute, I would love it. But don't feel like you have to. We're basically going to raise money for this group until the end of the month. The community goal is to hit $1,000, and I'm going to match the other 1,000. Is kind of the goal that I have, but I will match all of the money that's going in so far. I do need to add a couple of donations. I've got probably $50 or $60 worth of donations to add to what's already there, the $255 that we see already for Unloop. Because when we did our Pi Day giveaways, we had a couple of people win some prizes there. And what many of them came back and said was, I want to donate my gift or my money equivalent of that gift back into Unloop. And so both of the people that won the Raspberry Pis on the stream offered to put that money back into Unloop, which I'm extremely grateful for. So big thank you to Geek Toy Box and Milsic Ghost for their generosity there. So the cash equivalent of the Raspberry Pis that they won are going to go into that giveaway as well. And Just going to do a couple of drops of green. I don't want to go too strong on the green here. So yeah, if you want to contribute, that would be great, but you don't have to. I like just having people hanging out in the stream, especially since I've had kind of a rotten kind of week, well, a couple of weeks with all the stuff going on with the family. So I'm happy to just have people drop by and chat, to be honest, right now. So yeah, don't feel like you have to contribute, but if you are able to contribute, I would love for people to get involved and help with that as a mission. So mixing mostly that camel color brown and a couple of drops of the green. That green is really strong, and it shows up pretty quickly that that's going to give us a bit of that drab color. It's still a little bit more brown than I want it to be, so I'll add a tiny bit more of that green. And I did find some gray, so we'll add some gray, and that'll kind of drab it down here as well. I just don't want to go too strong with the color. So I'll do 2 more drops of green, and then once we add the white in here to lighten that down, we add some thinner. It'll thin out enough that we'll be able to give this a good base coat here. So yeah, it's a good mission. It's a really cool mission for Unloop. And then once we finish with Unloop this month, the giveaway or the fundraiser we're going to sort of rotate onto for the next quarter after that is a group called STEM to the Future. And they basically work to make STEM education and STEM equipment available to Black and Latino youth who don't otherwise have access to that kind of equipment at their school. So that'll be the second group that we're going to raise money for as time goes on, and we'll do that one for. I'm basically going to do them for 4 months at a time, and then we'll figure out from there, like, what do we do? And if we meet the community goal, then we'll automatically rotate onto another group. Shoot. And so if STEM to the Future, if we meet our goal over there, then we'll find somebody else to rotate onto. Just that way, we're not like constantly raising money for a really long time for a group. When we meet that goal, we'll hit that goal, and then we'll rotate onto another group. So. All right, so 2 more drops of green, a couple of drops of some gray in there, and that should hopefully give us kind of the drab color that I'm hoping for. That's looking better. And then I think if we throw some white in here, it'll give us a pretty good base coat to get started for that light white color that we need here that you see on the... So again, we're aiming for... aiming for this color down the bottom right corner of the photo. We're kind of aiming for that drab gray sort of color. And so I'm doing kind of an olive green sort of color right now with the mix. And then once I add some white primer in there, it'll really brighten this up. And then we'll be able to see where we're at as far as a hull color. And I'm probably only going to need a little bit of this because I hit this all with a pretty good primer coat earlier today with the gray. And I'm going to need a fair amount of this white primer to really brighten this up for the ship hull. And this will be more than enough than what we need to cover the hull in this white color. And then we'll mix up another batch of the olive drab to get in and do the other stuff. So this is kind of where I'm at so far. We're pretty darn close. Maybe a tiny bit more white on there. And I think we'll be good to get started with that hull color. I thought about just digitally painting the model and printing out the pieces on the bamboo. I've got one of those printers that'll do multiple colors at a time. And my bamboos, I can do up to 12 colors on one printer. And I thought, no, I actually want to get in and do some painting on this one instead. Because I've really been enjoying airbrushing. This has been a hoot trying to get into airbrushing. So I taught myself airbrushing just a couple of weeks ago here on the stream, and we've had a lot of fun with it. Airbrushing all kinds of different things, and making a mess and having fun and splashing paint around and everything else. And then, so we're getting really close now to that light olive color that we see in the photo. I might go a little bit brighter still, and then we'll hit this with a little bit of paint thinner and or like airbrush thinner and flow reducer, enhancer, whatever it's called, and then we should be good to go. Then we'll get started. We'll do a little bit of painting. We started a local code and coffee meetup and partnering with Hack Diversity that has a similar mission for folks underrepresented in tech. That's awesome. That's fantastic. I love supporting groups like that. I love helping those kinds of folks. So on Sunday, I also do career development and I do things like resume reviews and things like that. If people are interested in jobs in tech or just interested in kind of a hiring manager's perspective on any kind of job, I'm happy to help people out with kind of my thoughts and experience from over the years. I've been a hiring manager, I've been a director of engineering, and I love helping people out. And so if you are looking for a job in tech, um, or if you just got questions about like how do I put together a good resume for any kind of job, um, you can submit a resume at this link in chat. I'm not really equipped to copy these links over to YouTube and over to Kick, but if you're watching on those platforms, if you can't read it on the screen, just come check out the Twitch chat real quick, and you'll see the links over there. But you can submit a resume. I did have a couple of private resume reviews come in last week, but I've just been really swamped with all this home stuff. I basically had to take the week off of work this week. I had to take half of the week off last week and all of this week just to try to take care of stuff around the home and take care of our kiddo and stuff like that. So it's been it's been a little busy to say the least. And so I wasn't really equipped to do any resume reviews over this past week. But please know that if you want a private resume review, I will get to those very very soon. I do private resume reviews, but if you want one for free, I will do them on the stream on Sundays. And so my Sunday stream is basically helping people out with how do I research companies, how do I even know what kind of company I want to go work at, things along that line. I'm going to add a little bit more white. This is still pretty green on here. I'm going to add a fair bit more white on here, I think. So that's my Sunday stream. Tuesday, I generally get into some coding. I may do a little bit of streaming over the weekend of some coding. We'll see. I want to start building out some APIs and do some more work with Discord bots. Part of what I'm looking at doing is seeing if I can pull all of the chat from Twitch and YouTube into a single Discord channel, and then have that Discord channel actually show up in chat. Because what you're seeing on the screen right now, over on that side, this is just the Twitch chat coming in, and so anybody that chats on YouTube or anybody that chats on Kick, I don't see any of that because if I'm paying attention to what's on my screen, all I see is this chat list, and it's only coming from Twitch. And so what I want to do is I want to have a screen up that I can just watch like a Discord channel and have all that stuff come in. So that's my goal, is to get to a point where I can just get all of the chat kind of integrated into a single platform and have that come in from Discord. So cool. All right, so we got our color in here. I'm going to do just a little bit of this just so we can kind of see what this is going to look like. So I'm pretty sure I've mixed up more than what I'm going to need. So let me get my little handle going here. I designed and 3D printed a little handle and just got some little blue tack stuff to go on here, and then these just pop on and off with magnets on the base here. So while it's on here, it'll allow me basically to spin this around on the magnets. It really holds that on really, really well. So as long as the blue tack is clean, then it allows me to get this thing painted up decently quickly. So we'll hit this with a little bit of paint here and see what we get. So I want to pay attention to zoom out on this thing. So I'm basically just going to cover the whole thing in that light color, because even the burgundy that we see kind of around here, like it's still kind of that same base color kind of coming out from that. And so I think I'm just going to hit this whole thing with this as kind of a new base coat sort of color, and we'll see from there what this is going to look like. So would I be building it live? Sorry, building what live? Oh, the API. The API I generally do live, yeah, and that's typically my Tuesday stream. So yeah, you're welcome to come by on Tuesdays and see what I got going on. That's usually me doing live coding. And then Thursday is kind of my maker night. This is where I get into like painting and crafting and 3D printing and getting in on just a little bit different realm of being a geek. because I really missed getting into the creative half of my brain. And so this has been a lot of fun on Thursdays, just getting into 3D printing and learning airbrushing and getting into some techniques here to kind of exercise the other half of my brain for a change. And then Sunday is kind of like, let me focus on all of you and answer your questions and things like that about career development and getting into a new job and things like that. So I've helped a lot of folks even here on Twitch improve their resumes and things like that. And it's always fun, like just showing up in their channel. Like Madeline just got a new job. That I mentioned Madeline earlier. So Madeline just started a new job this week. And so I love going and hanging out in their chat and just be like, hey, it's me. And they're like, hey, go follow Ian. Ian helped me with my resume. Like that kind of stuff makes me feel good. That I know that I was able to help somebody out. So that's been a lot of fun, just going and hanging out in other people's chats and so on. All right, so there's kind of the new color that we got coming in here. So I think that's going to be a pretty good match. It's not going to be exact, but I think once we get in and start doing some detailing and aging and stuff like that, I think we're going to get a pretty nice effect going, especially once we start getting into the aging and the weathering and things like that. So we'll just keep this going with this color, I think, for the time being. Now, these sides that I'm kind of hitting right now, these are ultimately going to be kind of that drabber olive color, like the darker olive color. But I'm still going to hit it with some of the lighter coats that when we distress the olive color later, some of this other paint color will show through, and it'll look kind of like the battle damage and scuffs and scrapes and things like that. Now, on the picture that I found from eBay, this portion in here that you're seeing is kind of this portion down here is a really dark color, and then this strut block here is kind of an orange color. I'll probably paint this in a black, like I'll mask this part off. I'll do this in black, and then I'll mask off the black, and we'll get in and do the orange stuff once this other stuff is masked. But this wing, I believe, is also this lighter color. Yeah. So we're gonna hit these wings here with this lighter color here as well. And then we can come back in and we can fix up the struts and other parts of it a little bit later on. So I'm not doing a really, really thick coat of paint. It's mostly air coming out. I mean, I'm definitely hitting it with enough to cover it, but I'm not aiming for like a super thick coat of paint here. I just want kind of the general color, because I'm going to come back and we'll do a second coat of this paint kind of as we go. If you've never been on the stream before, I've also got lots of like goofy little videos and stuff like that you can feel free to pull up while I'm working on this kind of stuff. I've got some Lord of the Rings videos and little hello clips and things like that to pop up if you want to do any of that. Oh, actually, I shouldn't paint this part of the wing because oh no, that part does get painted. There's another part that kind of goes up against it for gluing, but that's not that part. So I'm good so far. We're all good. All right, hit this part here a little bit more. Yeah, so I'm gonna finish up this piece, then we'll draw the first giveaway. We got, like I said, we got 3 giveaways that we're doing tonight. Feel free to do ! giveaway if you want to get in on that. You can see the command down here, in the bottom of the window right here. But you do need to come over to Twitch to do it. So if you're watching over on Kick or on YouTube, you will need to come over to Twitch, just because I can't hook up those chatbots right now. But feel free to come on over to Twitch and enter that giveaway. More than happy to have folks drop by and get on the giveaway. It is open to international, so don't feel like you have to be domestic in order to get in on the giveaways. So. All right. So these bottom parts here are pretty much all that lighter color. So I'm gonna throw a little bit more of that in the airbrush cup, and we'll get going on that. So I've got enough paint here. I can probably do 2 full coats, maybe get into a 3rd coat. We'll see. But I'm just going to aim for 2 coats. So this first coat going on is going to be kind of light, because we're going to be coming back in and painting like other detail on this kind of later on. So this is just going to be kind of this first coat. And if I don't get in like all the little nooks and crannies, that's okay because that darker gray color will actually give us a nice, it'll give us like some nice undercoat and shade colors and so on as we get in the rest of this here. So like this little part that that's down here in this corner, when these parts join together, you don't even really see much down in here. So I'm not gonna be too worried about getting that with a very accurate stream of color here. But this part I do need to get in. There we go. So what else is going on with everybody? How's everybody else's Thursday been? How's everybody else's week been going? Surely better than my week has been. But I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, we'll do that here. Yeah, I got more than enough paint here. I could even add a little bit of thinner to this maybe. Would everything require at least a couple of coats, like a base and then a second coat of the color? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm aiming for here is I'm just hitting this like very generally with kind of the color that I want to put on here. And then coming back with a second coat will fill in some of those cracks, but like some of the darker sort of recesses that I'm not going to hit have already been really filled in with this kind of matte gray color. So it'll allow for it'll allow for a fair bit of shadow and stuff like that to kind of happen. So I just had a kind of a kickback in the cup and it spilled paint all over the model here. So I'm just going to wipe that up here real quick. All right, there we go. So yeah, the nice thing about these paints is you can always come in and kind of wipe them off with a cloth and whatever. So if you do get too much paint on an area, you can always come in and sort of wipe it off. But like this under part here, you can kind of see like, you know, I didn't quite get this like perfectly solid in that base color, you know, all the way around, and that's fine. I'm not too concerned about some of that because the way that these two pieces go together, you don't really see much down in here. Like you kind of look down the ship this way, and this is all going to be shaded anyway. Sorry, this part in here is all going to be kind of shaded anyway. So I'm not too worried about getting into these little nooks and crannies quite as much because it's already been hit with kind of that darker gray color anyway. I do want to get a little bit of color in there, but I'm not too worried about having it be like a perfect coat of paint. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for here. By the way, I am also not a professional airbrush artist in the least. But this is just kind of from my own experience because I have painted other models. I have done other paint work with shading and things like that, but not so much on the airbrushing side of things. So I'm just kind of going by feel and what I would do as an artist on other parts anyway. Now these bottom parts that we talked about, these are going to be a little bit trickier and a little more involved to go in and paint later once we get into here. So I'm just going to start by painting the whole thing kind of that drab color, but I'm probably not going to worry too much about these parts getting accurate. But this whole ring around the outside here all needs to be that color. But I'm not going to fill in all of this with that white color because I'm gonna get in here with a paintbrush and do these with a paintbrush later. Probably same with the bronze. I'll probably just come in and brush paint most of this. And then we can come back in with a darker sort of charcoal color and we'll add like the scoring and the scorch marks and things like that with the airbrush. This will be really good for the airbrush to get in there. It'll be a little harder to dry brush that kind of stuff on here. So yeah, we'll just come back and we'll kind of hit some of the stuff with like random sort of shadow and stuff later on. So yeah, feel free to get in on the giveaway. We'll I've got actually we'll go ahead and we'll draw for one of the giveaways here. So last chance, do exclamation point giveaway if you want to get in on the giveaway, and we'll draw the first recipient. So I'll give everybody where are we at? timing wise. I'll give everybody 30 more seconds to get in the giveaway, and then I'll do a drawing. So if you're hanging out in chat and you want to get in on the giveaway, do exclamation point giveaway just like I'm doing here in chat. Except when I do giveaway, it's going to tell us how many entries there are. So we got 6 entries for the daily, and all of those entries got added to the monthly one as well. So Man or Mutant's in there. Cool. So you're in the daily giveaway, and that gives Man or Mutant another entry into the monthly giveaway. And so the only way that you can win that ice dragon that we've got is to get in on the monthly giveaway. So you got to get in on the monthly giveaway in order to get the ice dragon that I showed earlier. I don't want to hold it with this hand because this hand's got paint all over it, but this dragon that I showed earlier, this is our monthly giveaway. So by getting in the daily giveaways, you have an entry to win this on May 2nd. All right, let's see. I'm going to do a quick poll here. What should we give away first? All right, so what should we give away first? We got the Lego kit, we got a dragon, and we got laser engraving. All right, so I'm going to give everybody a couple of minutes to vote on this. You only get one vote, but let me know in the poll. So go check out Twitch chat and go pick what you would like to be given away first, and we will let you all decide while I hydrate what you want this first giveaway to be. Jay Brinker, good to see you. May the 4th be with you. Yeah, so I will be streaming on the 4th as well. And I will probably give away like a big Star Wars kit on May the 4th. So get on the giveaway. As soon as this poll is over, we're going to draw for the giveaway. So last chance, do exclamation point giveaway to get in on there. And then we'll draw a name. And we'll go pick a recipient, and then we're going to get back to some painting. So we got, what, about a minute and a half or so left on the poll. Oh, we got like 2 minutes left on the poll. So I'm going to keep painting while that poll's going. I'll be able to watch what's happening with that poll. But by all means, go ahead and vote on what you would like to be given away. Let's see, this is the bottom part. Okay, so most of this is actually going to get hit with that lighter color. It's a little bit different from what we see here, but it'll be all right. So this outer ring is going to be the lighter color. Here, and then this will be that lighter color. And then I'll come back in with the paint, with the brush, and I'll get some of these other parts a little bit later. Let's see, I think I'll do these parts in here. We'll take a little bit of artistic freedom on painting some of this stuff up, I think. We won't make it exactly like the model photo that I've got here, since the model that I got 3D printed is not accurate to the same thing. So we're going to go in and we'll get some of this painted out here with that outer coat. And again, I'm not worried about it being like a perfect coat on here. It'll allow us to have some interesting shading and things like that kind of as we go. All right, you got a few moments left if you want to get in on the vote for what we give away first, and then we'll get that taken care of. So get in on that giveaway. Exclamation point giveaway. As soon as that poll is done, I'm going to go draw a name. All right. Everybody wants a Lego kit. All right. So we got a Goofy and Pluto Lego kit that we're going to give away. So I'll get that on camera here in a moment, and then I will ship anywhere in the United States. If you are international, then we can talk about splitting the shipping. Well, I will cover up to $10 worth of shipping, and the remainder of the shipping will be your responsibility. But if you are international and you don't want it, then we can work something else out too. I've done cash equivalent on things in the past, and I'm happy to continue that. So yeah, we'll figure all that out once we draw the name here. So let me just finish up this piece, and then we'll get in and we'll do that drawing. So again, I'm just really roughly going over some of these parts because we're going to be coming back in with the brush a little bit later. Let's see, this part here is going to be kind of that rust color. Maybe we'll do these parts in silver. This dish is going to be that white color. And I need to get all the way up around this rim here as well. So. All right, as soon as I finish this up, we're going to draw for that giveaway. So last chance, if you're hanging out in chat, if you're on YouTube or on Kick, you got to get over to Twitch to get in on the giveaway. I'm going to try to spray down in behind the little nooks and crannies in there. Got some of these other edges here that I missed earlier. There we go. All right. We're in pretty good shape here. I'm going to get the other part of this wing that I missed. And we're pretty much good to go here. So we're going to let this dry for a little bit, and we're going to do that drawing, and then we'll come back for a second coat. All right, so let's draw for our first giveaway, shall we? Thanks everybody for hanging out tonight. I always appreciate it, and thank you for the reminder to hydrate earlier, Killer B. Much appreciated. Turns out I am chronically dehydrated, so it's something that I've been paying a lot more attention to lately. I probably shouldn't be drinking soda to hydrate, but we'll go grab some water here in just a moment. All right, so how many entries did we end up with here? We had, what, like 8 or 9 entries? 11 entries. All right, check that out. So let me show you the model that we're going to give away. I'm going to try and hold this with my non-painted hand, just so we don't get paint on the box. But this is a model kit by Brickheads, and it's Goofy and Pluto. So 214 pieces, and they've got like other kits that you can get, like a Donald Duck and things like that. But yeah, this will be Goofy and Pluto as little Brickheads. So this is going to be our first giveaway, and then in a little while we'll do another giveaway. We've got a 3D printed dragon, and we got a custom laser engraving etch that we'll do, and we'll go from there. If paint is on the box, it's considered an autograph. All right, I guess so. All right, so let's do the giveaway daily over here, and we'll give it a drum roll. And our recipient is Killer B. Killer B. Hopefully you're still hanging out in chat with us. Killer B, you must be present to claim your gift. Killer B, let me know you're still there. Killer B. Buzz, 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 come back. All right, I'm going to give Killer B a minute to respond, and I'm going to go grab some water. Killer B, your time is running out. You have 30 seconds. Killer B. Somebody go like DM Killer B. Killer B, come back to us. Killer B's got 15 seconds, and then I'm going to redraw. 10 seconds. Killer B, 5 seconds. Womp womp. All right, giveaway daily. We'll draw another name with another drum roll. Triclaw. I didn't even see Triclaw come in. Triclaw came in and snuck in and got into that giveaway. Is Triclaw still hanging out with us? Triclaw. Triclaw, where you at? Everybody's saying congrats to Triclaw. Triclaw, you got to be here to get your gift though. I'm gonna do one more drawing, and if nobody claims it after the third one, then we'll hang on to it for another giveaway night. Triclaw, you have a minute. Somebody go message Triclaw. Tell him to get over here. Triclaw, come back to us. Must be lurking. Yeah, I haven't made a like last scene, you know, like when did we last see Triclaw say something in chat? I don't have anything like that. So it's takes too many resources to keep track of like who's chatted and when they chatted and stuff like that. I don't want to put that burden on my chat bot. Triclaw, you got like 10 seconds. Hey Antonio, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Antonio, you might as well get on this giveaway because we're doing one more drawing for the first of 3 gifts. This is not a good sign so far. Doing all these giveaways and everybody's leaving. Oh, Killer Bee got picked again. Can I build my own Discord chatbot? That's the plan. Yeah. So eventually I will be, yes. So right now, if you send a whisper over to my chatbot here on Twitch, it'll actually copy that over to Discord. So I actually have something right now that'll repost over to Discord. So no, get on the giveaway. It's totally cool. Get on the giveaway. All right, I'm gonna draw again since Killer Bee left us earlier. Hopefully it doesn't draw Triclaw again. All right, no drum roll this time. Max Payne. This is our last redraw. So if Max Payne's not here, we're going to save this Lego kit for another time. So Max Payne, are you hanging out in chat? Or did you also leave? Somebody go message Max Payne. Tell him to get over here. Max Payne. These giveaways are a pain. Max Payne. I'm gonna give Max Payne a minute to come back. Somebody go message Max Payne. Go send them a DM. Tell them to get their butt over here. So yeah, I actually picked up a whole bunch of these Brickheads kits. So I got like Frodo and Gollum. I've got another one of Gandalf and Balrog. I think there was another one of the Hobbits, I think, that I got, if I remember right. I don't remember if I got the Hobbit kit. I also got like a number of Star Wars ones, all kinds of stuff. The stream is an hour. How did this happen? Yeah, I don't know either. But I've drawn 3 names for this Lego kit, and nobody's here to claim it. So we will save this for another time. That's twice I've tried to give that kit away, by the way. We tried to give it away on Pi Day if our fundraiser goal hit a certain amount. We didn't hit it, but we'll save it for another day. May the 4th, I'm going to give away like a big Star Wars kit. So I've got like a couple of X-Wing fighters, and I got a TIE bomber and stuff like that. And so I'll probably do a poll on May the 4th, and we'll figure out which one of those kits we're going to give away, and that'll be like the big giveaway on May the 4th. But yeah, we'll, I mean, stick around. We've still got two other things to give away. We got a 3D printed dragon. We got a custom laser etch sign that you can pick. And then if you want that laser etch sign, like colored, you know, tell me what color, kind of colors you want, and I'll like spray paint something. Or if you want some coasters, I'm thinking about like airbrushing on these, and then like do the cutout of some coasters. I don't have any of the coasters up on the site right now, but if you go check out cool3dthings.com, you'll see the catalog for the other etchings. This one ended up having like way too much red on there. I tried to do like a red and then like add a bunch of yellow to make it orange, and it just stayed red. Because red's like a really powerful paint pigment, and so I went back over it with a bright green. But May the 4th is your birthday. That's awesome. Did I see Mandalorian? Yes, I've been deeply enjoying the Mandalorian show. Jaybrinker's got to go. No worries. You'll be driving tomorrow, so need my sleep. Safe driving. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Jaybrinker. Yeah, the Mandalorian show has been really, really cool. I've really enjoyed it. So tonight we're airbrushing Boba Fett ship, and so we're gonna continue on that. Got home, have to walk the dog, try to get back for the rest. No worries, Trevor. Thanks for dropping by. So we're just working on airbrushing this little Boba Fett ship here. So we got the first coat of kind of this beige color that you're seeing like on the see where I need to point here on the camera, like on the wings and stuff like that. That kind of bright white color. I made it a little more like light beige, drab green sort of color. We hit everything with a first coat. I'm going to come back in. We're going to do a second coat, and then we're going to call that done for that color, and then we'll see what else we need to do for other colors on here. So I'm just going to get this mixed up here in the airbrush pot. The paint did get a little thick, so hopefully, yep, there we go. This new airbrush is fantastic. I picked up a new airbrush, and it's really, really nice compared to the old one. All right, so we'll go back in. We'll hit these same pieces. Probably do them in the same order that we did before, and we'll get a second coat of this paint on here, and then we'll get in with some start working on some of the other colors and go from there. So on the front of the ship here, I'm not going to worry about this part here that I'm hitting with my thumb, because that's going to be kind of that darker olive color. So I really only care about the outline here and around this outer part up here. So that's mainly what I'm going to focus on here with this coat. And again, I'm not looking for like perfect coating of that paint, because we're going to come back in, we're going to kind of battle age it and make it battle worn and all kind of stuff anyway. So this is really just to give it another hit with some of the color, and then we'll come back in and we'll do some other highlighting and stuff on it. Once all of this paint like properly dries, I want to come in and I want to sand it a little bit and scuff it up and stuff like that. So I'm not looking for like a really thick coat here, but we are going to come in and we're going to kind of hit it from different angles and get it filled in a tiny bit. And that's pretty much all I'm going to need on this piece, I think. Yep, and then we'll grab these wings, get these wings nice and bright, and then we're going to come in, we're going to highlight a lot of stuff on the wings, and we'll get those wings and struts kind of painted up. G-Bav hanging out in chat, good to see you, bud. We got a little Boba Fett fun going on here. So we're airbrushing a Boba Fett ship. So it all started kind of a light beige color, hit it all with a gray primer. Now we're coming in, we're going to add the actual detail and so on the ship that we need. And then we'll let this dry. We'll give it a little bit of paint, or a little bit of sanding tomorrow, I think, once this paint dries. And then we'll get in and actually use a paintbrush, and we'll get in with some other detail. This is basically going to be my weekend sort of escape. This will be my weekend escape plan. I am helping out at a local hackathon on Saturday. Looking forward to that. One of my previous students asked if I could come and talk at a hackathon. So I'm going to go do that on Saturday. And then aside from that, I'm just going to be working on this thing. It was for a print challenge that goes from Monday to Monday. And I thought I could have digitally painted this, but I decided instead of digitally painting it, I actually wanted to get in and do some airbrush work on it. So I'm Getting a little bit of splatter, which usually indicative of a jam. So we'll see how bad that's gonna affect us here. See if I can get that cleared out a little bit. GBav has been doing his thing, doing lots of streaming and gaming. GBav actually got me over on Kick, so go give GBav a follow if you like watching folks play like Fortnite and Grand Theft Auto and games like that. Not sure what all you're playing these days though, GBav. I haven't had a lot of opportunity to lurk at night watching other people's streams, but let us know in chat what you got going on. GBav is also over on Kick as well, so GBav got me over on Kick. Not a lot of folks watching over there yet. I think I got like 1 or 2 viewers over on Kick tonight. But if you happen to be on Kick, give me a follow, but give GBav a follow too. GBav is really fun and entertaining to watch. Usually has really, really good music on in the background. If you're into like hip hop and stuff like that, it's got some good tunes going. A buddy of his is a rap artist down in the San Diego area, and he's got some really, really good tunes. So go check out Romeo Fresh. Romeo Fresh also streams here on Twitch, and yeah, just good fun-loving bunch of guys. They love getting into it. GBav's got some fun channel point redemptions for things like push-ups and squats and stuff like that that I'm not brave enough to do. But yeah, go give GBav a follow, please. And if you're into some fun gaming environments, GBav is very entertaining. I've been following GBav now for a little over a year, and really good channel. Go check him out. He's a good dude. I would do like the full proper shut up, but my hands are covered in paint, stuff like that. I don't really want to be touching my keyboard right now. So we're just gonna hit some of the stuff with another coat of paint around this outer edge. And we're just gonna let this stuff dry. Probably let it dry mostly overnight, and then I'll come back in with paintbrush details over the course of tomorrow, and then we'll really get into it on Saturday. But we'll let this dry up a little bit, and then we'll kind of go from there. I get this outer part here as well. All right. Cool. Well, we're almost done with the second coat, and we still got a lot of this paint left over. So to give us a good opportunity to really come in and like, fill in some extra nooks and crannies if we need to. I'll probably cover it up and use that color paint for some other stuff later on. What else we got going on? Antonio, saw one cool hip hop or rap music video on YouTube, has millions of viewers. You can't find it anymore. Oh no, that's no good. Do you know what the song was called? Speaking of hip hop, buddy of mine works a lot with hip hop and smooth jazz, and I sent him a copy of my 12-year-old song that he wrote that I played on stream a couple of weeks back, and he's like, "Dude, like your kid did that on a Nintendo Switch. Like you need to get him some real music equipment and see what he can do." So he was actually pretty impressed by what my 12-year-old was able to come up with on a Nintendo Switch. So it made my younger kid feel pretty good about getting an actual like music industry professional producer to like listen to his music. He got a big kick out of that. So I was happy to have made that connection. So Nate, my 12-year-old, decided to write another song as well that he wanted to do specifically for the giveaways. So when we do giveaways, he wanted to play like another special song that he wrote. So we'll probably get that on the stream at some point towards the end of the month. We have to polish it up a little bit before we're ready to kind of show it to the masses, but he's having a lot of fun doing it. To say that he's sequencing and programming all the sounds and the music on a Nintendo Switch Lite. He's doing an amazing job putting these little songs together. So. The video starts with a girl reporter coming in at a party. Main guy sings, kinds of ignores her. Winning a pool party like a huge mansion. The girl's trying to catch him, talk to him. That sounds like every hip hop video. Know the story, but can't remember the name of the guy or the song. I mean, maybe GBav will know, but Doesn't ring any bells for me off the top of my head. This one came out pretty good. I'm going to hit it with a little bit more here. So now we got the second coat done. I think I'll do the second giveaway drawing here. So if you're not in on that giveaway, exclamation point giveaway, get in on there. You do need to be present to get the giveaway though. So you do need to hang out and chat. You do need to stick around and chat in order to claim your giveaway. But it's open to everybody, even international. It's open to everybody. So don't feel shy about getting in on that giveaway. It's totally what it's there for, is to have a good time and help people out. So get in on that giveaway, everybody. If you're not in there already, like Antonio. Oh, Major Gamer Geek's trying to rig it. I see how it is. All right, so the nib of the airbrush is filling up with a little bit of paint here. So I'm going to see if I can clear this out a little bit here with a Q-tip. So right on the inside of the tip here, I guess you can't really see because of the focus, but a lot of paint kind of builds up in the tip. Not sure exactly why that happens. If anybody here is an airbrush person and knows why I get a lot of paint buildup in the tip of the cup or the tip of the airbrush, I would love to hear. Is it like too much air pressure that's like spraying around the inside of this tip that's causing that to happen, or something else? I'd love to hear any opinions or thoughts on what might be causing that. And then I think I'm going to add a tiny bit more. Actually, I guess I don't need. I'm going to have a look over these parts. I don't think I'm going to need any more of this color, but I'll have another look over some of these things because we're pretty much out of that paint in that cup. Let's see, just want to kind of once over everything here, see if I need. No, this actually came out really nice with that gray. Welcome. Did we get a raid? We got a raid from Creatrix Brit. Hey Brit, what's going on? We're painting a Boba Fett ship tonight. Everything started kind of this weird sort of light beige color. I hit everything with a gray undercoat, and now we're coming in and we're actually painting it up per the model color that you see on the screen. So we're gradually building up our layers. But thanks for coming in, bringing over what was it, 11 friends or 17 friends? 11 friends. Thanks for coming by, everybody. We're about to do another giveaway. So we've got a couple of giveaways. We tried to give away a Lego kit earlier, and all three names that we drew bailed on us. So that was no fun. But exclamation point giveaway. It's open to everybody, even international. I will ship the remaining prizes. I will ship anywhere in the world. If you are domestic, I will cover the shipping. If you're in the United States, if you are international, you and I can chat about shipping. I'll probably cover $10 worth of shipping towards wherever you want it to go. So yeah, thanks for dropping by, everybody. Get my mic fixed here for a moment. There we go. There we are. Cool. What were you working on tonight, Britt? You should definitely go follow Britt. Britt is really involved in like all kinds of cosplay, all kinds of 3D printing, all kinds of like crafting work and like costuming and all kinds of stuff. You see paints. Yeah, that's right. We're airbrushing a Boba Fett ship. And I taught myself airbrushing, basically. So I'm bad at it, but it's been a lot of fun just to get in and like mix up paints and get into some paint colors and things like that. So we're airbrushing a Boba Fett ship. You were sculpting a Nomad. See, that's something I'm absolutely not good at whatsoever. Is like the 3D sculpting in digital form. Like even in physical form, if I had clay, like I would just, yeah, it would look like garbage. So huge props to anybody that can do 3D modeling. That's amazing. Yeah, on another channel that I follow, they do like a Monday Makes kind of thing, and somebody chose this model of this Boba Fett ship. And I thought, well, I could go in and digitally paint it on the bamboo and like pull in all the colors and like just print all that stuff together. And And I thought, nah, I'm actually going to go in and like airbrush it and make it look battle worn and all that kind of stuff. So we're having some fun with it. So we just, I basically finished printing it a couple of nights ago. And over the course of today, I went in and I hit it with all like a kind of a flat gray primer. And then we're gradually getting in and we're doing like all the other colors and stuff. So we mixed up kind of the initial sort of white hull color. And then we're going to go in and we're going to hit like these edges with the dark army green. These parts here are going to be kind of that burgundy color. But by having these on as our base coats, then we'll be able to, when we do like the battle wear and like kind of like go in and like mask the tape back off, you'll see kind of the undertones and stuff like that. It should look pretty cool. Killer B came back. Killer B, I drew your name twice for a giveaway earlier, and you left us. You got to be here to claim your prize. So, yeah, seriously, it drew your name twice. It drew your name, we drew somebody else, and then when I redrew that from somebody else, it went back and it drew your name again. So it really wanted you to win. The good news is I don't dump anybody out of my giveaways, so feel free to exclamation point giveaway. Everybody that came over with Brit, including Brit, please, by all means, get in on the giveaway. So we're going to save that Lego kit for another day. It would have been Pluto and Goofy, but 3 people that I drew names were not present, so snooze, you lose. That's how it rolls with my giveaways. So we've got 2 giveaways left. One's going to be a burnt titanium Imperial Dragon. This is the Flexi Factory Imperial Dragon. This one, you can kind of see it on the camera here. I actually changed the filament right at the last minute here. So it's kind of a more of a blue color than the purple that's down here. It's more of a blue, but same sort of like titanium sparkly sort of color. It actually looks really neat just because it hit just the top of his head and the horns, whatever. It looks pretty cool. And so that's going to be one of our giveaways. The other giveaway, if you go over to cool3dthings.com, go back over to the browser here and show you what we got over on that. Go back over to here. Oh, wait, what happened to my browser? Come back, browser. Oh, there it is. It's just got moved. If we go over to cool3dthings.com, I've got a whole bunch of these laser engraving things that you can choose from. So we're going to do another poll here in a moment where you'll be able to decide as a community what you want the next giveaway to be. Do you want it to be a 3D dragon, or do you want it to be one of these laser etched signs? And you basically get to go through and you're going to get to pick from any of these. So we got Age to Perfection with all these different years. We've got beach quotes, a whole bunch of categories of beach quotes, coffee quotes, family quotes, funny quotes. We got inspirational quotes. If you're into the inspirational kind of stuff, we got kindness. We got sarcasm. If you're into, if you know any nurses or teachers, we've got some of those. Yeah, so basically if I draw your name for this drawing, you're going to get to go to this catalog and you're going to get to pick any one of these. Now, if you want it like spray painted a little bit, similar to this one, this is not a great example. I was just doing this just to see, can I airbrush on a piece of wood and then etch on that? Turns out you can. And I would probably etch it a little bit darker so it would come out even darker, and the red paint was way too strong on this, so I would do other colors other than that. But I'll probably hit it with just some light paints. I've also been playing around with other sorts of colors and like glittery kinds of paints and stuff like that to get these kinds of effects on these welcome signs. And then I've also got some 4x4 boards, 4-inch by 4-inch boards as well to do coasters. So I'll probably do like some painting and get into some laser cut coasters. I've got another laser engraver coming on Saturday. The one that I have is a 5-watt diode. I ordered another one that's going to give me a 10, 20, and 40-watt diode laser head. So like it'll come with 3 different laser heads and I can kind of interchange them. So I'm going to do some comparison videos of different kinds of laser engravers, both different machines, different manufacturers, but also different like laser strengths and how quickly they work compared to one another and how they like etch into the wood and stuff like that. So if you get drawn for the laser etching, you'll get to choose one of those things. And if you want a little bit of airbrushing on there, let me know. I won't make it anywhere near this strong. This was just a quick little like psh, psh on the thing and stick it in the laser engraver to see if it would work, and it does. But I would go much more muted, much more like these kinds of like muted colors that won't be quite as strong on the wood. So if you want it airbrushed, I'll do a little bit airbrush as kind of a background color, and then I'll laser etch whichever of those signs you want. So Let's see. What am I missing in chat here? So yeah, thanks for coming over. Amish Ace hanging out. Hello. Feel free to get on the giveaway. DC Sublime, good to see you as well. So DC just gave away a 3D printer on MocoMade's channel yesterday, and I matched it with a spool of filament, and that filament's actually showing up tomorrow for them. So better hurry up and get that printer over to them, DC, because they're gonna have a box of filament waiting for them when it gets there. Is there any way we could just get PayPal instead? Never hurts to ask. I mean, we can. Although the remaining things, I mean, they're already sort of produced, so there's no real cash equivalent. The Lego kit would have had a cash equivalent, but these, like, this doesn't really have a cash equivalent on it. Like, if you don't want the dragon, then you don't have to enter. You can just tell me to re-roll if it draws your name. So, what else did I miss? Have a great night. Oh, Britt took off. Okay, see you, Britt. I think that was everything. So yeah, get in on the giveaway. We'll draw another name right now. So how many entries have we got? We're up to 13 entries. You do need to be present in chat. We're going to draw for the second gift right now. So I'm going to start another poll, and I'm going to let all of you decide what we're going to give away. So what are we giving away next? And it's going to be the dragon, or it's going to be a laser etch. And I'm going to give you 2 minutes to vote on this. Actually, I'm going to give you 1 minute to vote on this, just so we're not here all night long. So you got 1 minute. It's not that I gave up on the Lego. I tried 3 times. So we're gonna save it for another stream. We'll give it away another time. On May the 4th, I'm going to give away like a bigger Lego kit. It'll be like a TIE bomber or an X-wing or something like that. So definitely come back on May the 4th. We'll do like a big Star Wars theme kind of night. It's going to be a Thursday night, which would typically be a craft night of some kind. So we'll see if I've got the energy and the time to like put together some other like Star Wars 3D prints and things like that. But yeah, you get just a few moments left on that poll. You got about 20 seconds or so left on the poll, and then we'll basically whichever one you all decide to vote on, we'll give that away. We'll draw a name right now, and then I'm gonna go back and do a little more painting, and then we'll come back and we'll draw for the third piece. Emily asks, I'm attempting to get a game right now, so I thought I should ask. Oh, I got you. Yeah. So everybody wants a dragon. So yeah, the dragon doesn't really have a cash equivalent, but I do sell them for $15. So I mean, if you get the dragon, if you get drawn again for the dragon, then one opportunity you could have is to turn around and sell it, make $15 on it. But I'm not going to give you the $15 cash equivalent because it's already been made. So yeah, this will be for somebody that actually wants it. Going to try and get it running again by May. Sweet. Yeah, Amish Ace has got a couple of 3D printers as well, so it'll be fun to see you get back into it too. I do owe Amish Ace another one of those lazy Amish covers. He's got a Lazy Susan, and I made a cover for the Lazy Susan with his logo on it, and so I nicknamed it the Lazy Amish. You can go check it out on Printables. And I owe Amish another one of those because Amish actually got drawn for a giveaway back on Pi Day. I had some really rotten stuff happen family-wise to one of my kiddos over the last couple of weeks. It's taken up a lot of my mental and emotional energy lately. So I will get around to that at some point, Amish. But today on Moco Made, they were giving away a couple of my dragons, and like it went gangbusters. I got like 7 orders for dragons, so I got to get those cranked out over the weekend and get those sent out too. So, all right. So it looks like the dragon is the winner. So we're gonna give away the dragon, and then the next one will be a laser etch sign. So let's do a giveaway daily, and let's it's not gonna get better, unfortunately. We're dealing with a lot of stuff over here, but RJ, you are the recipient if you are here in chat. RJ, let me know that you're still in chat. We'll give RJ like a minute or so to come back. So otherwise we'll redraw. Yeah, the thing that impacted our family, and I'm not going to go into it on stream, but it was a pretty awful kind of situation, and it's going to be long lasting, unfortunately. So, RJ, if you were in chat, you got about 30 seconds to tell me that you're still here. Thanks, DC. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was a bad situation. that got worse, and then it escalated like way beyond what we would have expected it to escalate into. So it's been bad. So, but yeah, I appreciate all of that. So, RJ, man, we're 0 for 4 on the giveaways tonight. All right, so giveaway daily. I just got about 10 seconds to show up in chat, or I hit enter and we redraw. RJM Jr. Womp womp. All right. Let's do another drum roll. Yeah, your rig did not work, Major Gamer. Well, that time it actually did work. So, Major Gamer Geek, you're the you're the recipient of a dragon. So it worked that time. It worked that time for sure. So, Major Gamer Geek, congratulations, you've got a dragon. DM me your details. Need a name and an address. And if you are in the United States, then I'll cover the shipping. If not, I'll cover up to $10 of the shipping. So depending on where you are, but if I remember right, you've been a recipient of stuff in the past. Major Rigger Geek is more like it. That's great. Oh, you'll pick it up? Sweet. Yeah, I'll be at Rocky Mountain next week. I've got a bunch of things for like Royal Nomi and other folks to pick up there. So yeah, definitely drop by and see me. I'm gonna have a full maker table. I'm gonna be taking the Mark IV with me. I'm gonna take the Voron with me. And if I can't get that Voron working at the show, I'm gonna sell it at the show because I'm tired of dealing with it. So if you got room in your luggage for a 350 millimeter Voron printer, you'll have the opportunity to buy it from me. Because I'm just tired of dealing with it. Turns out I don't have as much patience for like building and maintaining a printer like from parts. I would rather have like a known kit that has a known maintenance manual that you can just buy the parts and just fix the thing and not fiddle with all the little bits and pieces. So think of flying with your modified Prusa Mini. Sweet. Cool. All right. So we got the dragon giveaway. So the last piece that we have to give away tonight is going to be a custom laser etch sign. So you can go check out cool3dthings.com. And on that website, there's a link at the top for the laser etch signs, and you can basically pick anything from the catalog. And if you want like a little bit, airbrushed or spray painted or something like that, let me know. I'll put just a really, really light coat of paint on the board, and then we'll like etch, whichever sign you want on the board. So yeah, so Trevor, you're already in the giveaway. So I wrote my own giveaway bot, and basically you only need to enter one time, and you're in for the day. So you don't have to keep re-entering. I don't go in and like clear it out like other streamers and stuff like that. But I am going to be rebuilding the whole giveaway bot in StreamerBot so that I can get both YouTube and Twitch chats together. So if I'm streaming on YouTube or Twitch or both, or to give the code away to other streamers that want to do this kind of giveaway, I'm going to do it a little bit like what Amish Ace does on his channel. I'm going to build it in a way where as you're watching the stream, you're going to accrue points, and then you'll spend those points on tickets, and those raffle tickets will basically be part of the drawing for the prize. And then have some controls in there over like who won and what did you win and things like that, and watch chat for like, you've got like 60 seconds to say something in chat. Otherwise, like a timer is going to go off, and tell the streamer that they need to redraw and stuff like that. So I'm going to be, that's basically going to be the Tuesday night streams for the foreseeable future, is basically writing that. I also want to live stream building out some API work. So I'm probably going to stream Saturday, just to get in on some of that. So yeah, Amish, I'm basically designing this with you in mind. But I want to use it on my own stream as well, because I'm streaming on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube right now. And I want to be able to like combine all those chats into one place. Because right now I've had people on YouTube the last couple of streams, including this one, do a giveaway thing over there. Well, actually not tonight on YouTube, but on the last stream I did on Monday, we had a couple of people come by the stream on YouTube, and they were trying to type giveaway in chat, and it doesn't work because I don't have StreamerBot hooked up there. So, but yeah, I want to model this around like what you want to do with your giveaways and so on. But I would also love to get other people's inputs on like different features and things like that. Kick's been really quiet. I've got like one person watching over on Kick right now. But hello, whoever you are on Kick, thanks for coming by the stream. Appreciate it. It's probably GBAV just lurking in the background. I don't know, but Kick doesn't have a chat API at all, so I can't make all the interactive stuff happen on Kick like I can on Twitch. They've been kind of dragging their feet a little bit, I guess, on building out an API. So I think as soon as they build out that API, like I think a lot more people are going to move over to Kick. Honestly, I think there's going to be a much bigger audience for Kick once they make more of that interactive kind of control, because right now none of that stuff is there. Unless you're into like Stream Elements. I think Stream Elements has some kind of hook in there, but that's probably some sort of custom thing that they've worked out with. Mighty Bean for the win. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for alerting me to that. I did that the other day too, and it took me like several minutes to realize I had shut my microphone off. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people over on Kick, just not not watching stuff that I do, but there are a lot of people over there. So yeah. Anyway, all right, I gotta get this airbrush cleaned out a little bit, and then we're gonna do. No, I don't want flow improver. I want the thinner. So we'll get this cleaned out. You did pester me for a while, but I wasn't watching chat either, so the pestering didn't really pay off now, did it? Need to pester harder next time, I think. So yeah, I waited a little too long and all the paint dried in the paintbrush cup, so I gotta get this kind of cleared out, and then we'll, I want to mix up kind of the drab olive color, I think, for the outside here, or should I do the burgundy? Let me know in chat. Should I do the darker olive color, or should I do the burgundy for the hull? Because that's going to be the next color that we need to get into here. So let me know in chat what you think I should do next, and then we'll get the airbrush cleaned out a little bit here. It's going to take me a minute to get this cleaned out, to get this color out, and get the next one in as I spill it all over the place. The olive drab sounds interesting. All right, so I'm gonna basically put some painter's tape over some of the parts that I want to be really careful to mask, because I don't want to spray the darker green too much around what we got going on here. And then I do have to get this airbrush cleaned out a tiny bit. Got a little bit of paint hanging on that needle there. That part cleaned out okay. Just got to get a little more. I'm gonna actually hit this with a little cleaner. We'll get this rinsed out a little bit, and then we'll get into the drab. So I don't have actual olive drab color paint, and so I kind of custom mixed my own color here by mixing in mostly this camel color paint with a couple of drops of green, and then we added some gray paint to it. And that mix actually worked out really, really well. And then we brightened it up with just flat, like regular white primer paint on that to give us the nice light color that we got here for that base coat. And that actually worked out really, really well for us. So I'm just going to rinse out the rest of the airbrush here, and then we'll mix up kind of that darker drab. I'll go grab some painter's tape here somewhere. Amashace, if you're still hanging out in chat, let me know if you gave that other koozie away yet, because I still got it sitting here on my desk. And do you want me to just ship it to you? Or if you've drawn for it and you want to give me the name of the person, I'll go ahead and ship it directly to them. You have not yet? Okay. I'll hang on to it then. But, well, let me know. Do you want me to ship it to you and then you can do it from there? I kind of wanted to avoid the double shipping. That was all. Hopefully do it soon. Okay. I'll hang on to it then and I'll ship it to whoever wins the giveaway. I just don't want to pay USPS to ship it to you and then you have to pay USPS to ship it to somebody else. So. Get Your Gamer Geek voted for a sign. Cool. Probably be cosplay for his Peach for the giveaway stream. Oh, sweet. Nice. That'll be fun. We can wait. Okay. Masking tape. All right. So we got masking tape. Good old painter's tape. So my dad actually used to work at 3M. And I forget what the actual code was, but there's an actual code that they print on the inside of this. This is just a date and time, but there used to be a made in Canada. So the 3M plant that he worked in actually makes all of the green painter's tape for 3M. And so like I've had like spools and spools and spools of this stuff hanging out over the course of my life. He loved working at 3M. It was a really hard job for him. And he was not expecting to get that job whatsoever. It really surprised him when they called him and told him he was going to get that job. He was not expecting it. But he really, really, really loved working at 3M. It was like his favorite thing to tell people, mostly because they would be like, can you get me some masking tape or can you get me this or that from 3M, like the command hooks and things like that. That was like his pride and joy, almost more than having grandkids, was that he could go to the 3M store and get the employee discount and get people like boxes of masking tape. That was like his favorite thing ever. It was like Christmas every day of the year for my dad, just to go to the 3M store and do shopping. So really good as a company. When I get into teaching, one of the things that we would do is we would use Post-it notes to get like student project ideas and things like that and get their feedback from things and whatever. And so I always joked with my students, it's like, yeah, use all the Post-it notes you want because I'm a 3M shareholder and it'll let the stock price go up if you use a bunch of Post-it notes. So that was probably my favorite thing, where my dad was into the masking tape. I was always into using up Post-it notes like crazy so we could get 3M to turn a profit. So, but yeah, they treated my dad really, really well. He got that job when he was in his like late 50s, early 60s or something, and they still hired him to like work the line and make masking tape. It was pretty wild. 3M is so good it's not even copied. Yeah, they compete. Yeah, for sure. I think I mean I get a kick out of the fact that the Post-it note was an accident. You know, that kind of stuff is pretty fun to think about, like how different things sort of get made in the world, and the fact that Post-it notes were completely a goof. They didn't even mean to come up with that. They were actually trying to come up with a new glue, and they're like, well, this glue sucks. It doesn't hardly stick to anything. And they're like, wait a minute. It hardly sticks to anything. That's perfect. And they kept it as a product. All right, so this is basically what I'm doing. Is I'm just going in, I'm going to mask around that, and then we'll just hit this with that darker drab color. I'm only going to mask off part of the wing here. This inner part here, I'm going to come back in with a paintbrush and do this inner part here in a black, and then this part of the strut was orange on the model that I found on eBay. And so I'm just going to come in with a paintbrush and do this part in here. So I'm not going to bother masking this bottom part here, but I am going to mask the white part down in here. That I don't spray off into that part of the hull of the ship, and then we'll mix up some paint. So I got the other half to do. I got to go do this half over here, and then we'll mix up some paint. Yabberjack, good to see you. Painting some 3D things right now. That's right. So we're having some fun with the airbrush lately for sure. It's been a nice new hobby to get into, a nice little skill to kind of learn how to do things with this kind of paint. It's a very, very, very thin paint, and it sure doesn't take very much paint at all to coat something. So yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with it. Basically teaching myself and learning from my own mistakes, and we've had a lot of people come through chat and that actually do airbrushing, and they're like, hey, you know, what about this kind of idea? What about that kind of idea? So it's been really, really, really nice having folks come by, and I don't mind backseating whatsoever, especially when I'm learning something new. You meant to post that in another channel. Well, that's fine. You can post it here too. But wait, now I'm curious what other channel it was. Like, No, it's all good. You don't have to tell me. I kind of want you to tell me, but you don't have to tell me. It's all good. Some of the best things in life are happy accidents. Yep. I was gonna make a joke about my children, but they were on purpose. Polymaker was looking for someone to raid. Yeah, tell Polymaker to come over. This is all Polymaker filament. This is 100% Polymaker filament that I made this Boba Fett ship in. I'm just going through and airbrush painting it. That's all. Yeah, I would love a raid from Nick. Tell him to get over here. I don't know whether Nick is going to be at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival next weekend or not. It'd be cool to meet him. One of your nieces with an accent. Does she know that? I hope not, but you know, I know some parents are like very open and honest with their children about like, yeah, we weren't really planning to have you as a child, but you know, we're glad we did, but you know, that's always kind of funny. She's too young to know that. Okay. Fair enough. All right, I think we're good as far as masking off what I want to mask off. So again, I'm not too worried about this inner part here because this is going to get hand-painted black. This square portion of the strut here is going to be an orange. The rest of this stays kind of that lighter color. And then we're going to come in, we're going to detail some of this, and then we'll come back in with the airbrush another time and do like battle worn sort of scarring looks and things like that on it. I did miss one tiny little piece I need to get in. Literally going to return some samples to Nick. I grabbed the wrong size. Oh no. Yeah, 2.85 doesn't work very well on our modern printers for sure. They're pretty good about taking stuff back though if you order it by accident. They actually had a bug on their site for a while. I tried ordering some glow in the dark orange, but when it showed up, it was glow in the dark green. And it turns out they had a bug on the site that was causing the wrong color to actually get added to the shopping cart. And they were pretty cool about saying like, oh, if you want it changed out, just let us know, figure out how we want to do the shipping. And I'm like, no, it's fine. I can always use more of the glow in the dark green. So I ended up keeping it. But yeah, really good group over there. Let's see, do I need that drab green anywhere else? I do need it on the front of the ship as well. So there's going to be a portion of this part of the ship that we're going to need that darker olive color as well. So these two pieces are going to go together like that. And it looks like these portions here are going to get that dark green color as well. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to mask that off. I might do that by hand instead of by airbrush. Well, I kind of want to mask it now because we're going to have the paint mixed up anyway. Well, I'm going to have the paint mixed up anyway, so I can just hit it with a brush. So I'm just going to do these parts with the brush once we get that color mixed up. And then the other thing, once I get that darker green sort of mixed up, if I make that a little more pale, then we'll be able to get in on this portion here where it's kind of in between these two colors. We'll be able to get in with that more pale color in here. And then I'm going to come back in and do like the battle scorching and stuff like that later on. But I was mostly curious, is there anything? Yeah, so I do need some on the bottom here as well. And I was going to hit that with the brush anyway. So I'm going to need a fair amount of this paint just to get in with the brush, and then use the lighter version of the paint to grab these other parts here where it's kind of like this in-between color. It's not as bright as this, but it's not as dark as this. And then I'm going to come back in with just some splatter, and we'll just splatter on some of this other paint. So we'll be good there. What I am going to do on the lighter shade of paint that we had, I'm actually going to go grab some tape and like cover up that cup just so it doesn't dry in there. So I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab some tape. when I bought these little cups, I bought them without lids because I'm like, oh, I'm not going to need lids. And now that I got into airbrushing, I'm like, I wish I had lids. Put a little bit of packing tape on the top like that, and you get a cool little makeshift lid. Shut up that browser window. Just cover that up, and that'll be enough to keep that going for a little while. So, all right, let's go figure out how to mix up some of that olive, that darker drab color. So I was mostly starting with a camel to give us kind of that base color, but I am going to need a fair amount of that. I'm going to put more gray in it this time than I did last time because we do need this one to be a fair bit darker. I don't want to get into black because black will be a little too dark on this, I think. Actually, that gray is also pretty light. I might have to hit it with a drop or two of black. Hopefully not too much, but then we'll add a little bit of green in there. If we have any color theory specialists out there, I would love I would love any other input on how to mix up like an olive drab color. But I went with kind of a beige and a little bit of gray and a little bit of green in there. We'll get this mixed up and we'll see what this is going to look like. I mean, we're definitely getting a nice sort of green, kind of khaki color, but it's a little bit too gray. I think for what I want to match that color. It's a little bit too gray. So I might add a little bit more green and like a drop of black, but that black pigment is incredibly potent. So I'm going to need more green than I need black. Let's see. Here we go. One drop of black. Bloop. Dark Light Smooth Wolf, good to see you in chat as well. I didn't even see you drop in earlier, so hello to you. And hello to everybody else that came in through Moco Loco today. Had a lot of new follows come in this week from giving away those 3D printed dragons. Those were a big, big hit with the Moco Loco partner party giveaways. They gave away like 550 items from different artists here on Twitch. It was really exciting to see just the community kind of get together. And then there were like 300 community sales on top of that, just from promoting one another and helping each other out. And we all ended up just, I think it was mostly other artists buying from other artists. Some of them were selling raw materials for things. So there we go. So I added a little more green and one drop of black, and that's almost that perfect, like darker drab color that I wanted. So this actually turned out perfect. All right, let's add some thinner to it. It'll last a little longer if we add a little thinner. It'll also get through the airbrush a little better if I add some thinner. And this other stuff here, it's called Airbrush Flow Improver. And this Flow Improver will basically keep it from drying too quickly. The thinner thins the paint, but this keeps it from drying out too quickly. So get this stirred up here. And basically what I do is I just kind of squeegee this in and out of the little squeegee here, and that mixes it up really well as well. And we're pretty much good to go. We got that nice darker drab color. I could maybe even go a tiny bit darker than that. I'm going to add one more drop of green in there, I think. I didn't pick up airbrush paints with like army drab green in mind because I don't really airbrush paint a lot of vehicles. But I wanted a pretty good variety of other colors, and so I picked up just kind of a multi-purpose sort of set. All right, so that's looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that as far as a shade of that darker kind of green drab color. So I think we're going to be good to go here. You're also blaming me for the inspiration to print a couple of dragons that you're giving away. I don't apologize. Who needs color theory when you have me? I mean, I would love to hear from color theorists because I'm just kind of guessing as I go here. But I have seen some people, like there's this one person, I think they're on YouTube. They do YouTube shorts about like, oh, go mix paint that exactly matches, 3M painter's tape, and he'll like put it down on a piece of paper and he just starts mixing paints until he gets like the exact perfect shade of this paint color. And it's amazing to see like, oh, I need like a drop of purple in there or whatever to be like that exact shade that you were expecting. Like it's pretty wild to see people do that kind of stuff. All right. Oh no, I got a little splatter of paint over here that was unexpected. I'll get that wiped off. All right, cool. We're good to go. All right, we are all set. All right, let's get in. Spray a little paint here. This piece stuck to some paper. I'll have to clear that paper off to be able to glue that a little bit better later. But we're pretty much good to go here. So let's see what kind of color we're dealing with here. Oh yeah, this is going to be nice. And again, I'm not worried about overspray on this side because we're going to come in and hand paint that black later. But it looks a little brighter on camera just because of the lighting over here, but this looks really nice. Like for somebody that's never done this before, I'm quite happy with what I'm working out here. I'm sure every person who airbrushes miniatures and vehicles and stuff like that, if they were to come by and watch this VOD later on, they would be cringing like crazy and thinking of 500 ways that I could be doing this so much better, but I'm having fun, so. Sweet. All right. That part's done. That was easy. I'm going to squeegee some of the paint back out of the cup because I'm going to need as much as I can for the hand painting. And then we'll get in, we'll hand paint some stuff. I got to clean this cup out though before it dries in that cup again. So bear with me a moment while I do that. What's everybody else up to? Anybody got any fun weekend plans coming up? I like to live vicariously through other people. So if you've got any kind of fun weekend plans, I'd love to hear what y'all got going on. Partly also because we're kind of cooped up here at home with everything that's been going on with us lately. So if you got something fun going on, I'd love to hear what you got. Also, who else is coming out to Rocky Mountain next weekend? I'm gonna be picking up RC Maniac from the airport. Looking forward to meeting him in person. We've chatted before, but we've never actually met in person. It'll be fun to get to put actual faces to names and see people in person. It's always fun for me to see like how tall somebody is. What's up in the Rocky Mountains? So there's a Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival. It's basically a 3D printer sort of festival that's going on next weekend here in Colorado. Just north of Denver. It's about an hour north of Denver. Yeah, cold air, that's for sure. It's actually been really, really warm here this week. It was like in the 80s the last 2 days. It was supposed to originally cool down to the point of almost getting snow this weekend, But the weather relented, thankfully, and we're not getting snow anymore, but it is going to go down to about 40 degrees and it's going to rain instead. But Colorado is very much one of those places where you can experience all of the seasons in a week, and love it or hate it. It's it's kind of what it is. So just cleaning out the tip here and getting some leftover paint taken off the paintbrush here. Just so it's ready to go for next time. The next one we're going to mix up is probably the burgundy color. But I want to go in and I want to hand paint some of this drab color while this paint is still fresh and wet. I want to go in and we're going to hand paint these pieces. So I'm going to set this one over here, and we're going to start planning out what we need to hand paint on these ones. Just going to shut off the compressor here for a minute. What kind of paintbrush we're going to need? I'm going to go with a square brush, I think. Wish I had a smaller version of you. I'm going to go with that one, I think. All right, let's have some fun. First time chat from Kitty Cat Mew 791. Thanks for dropping by. Hello. Always curious how folks find the stream. Thanks for dropping in. Although I think I remember your name from Moco Made, so if you're part of their channel, welcome on in. My name is Ian. I'm normally helping people with all kinds of stuff on the stream here. My Sunday stream is typically meant for helping people with resume reviews and career advice, things like that. My Tuesday night streams, I'm usually doing live coding, where I'm showing people about programming. And then on Thursday's kind of my maker night. So Thursday's kind of my night to kind of geek out and nerd out as a maker, where I get into things like airbrushing and painting and so on, and having some fun with that. This is going on extremely thin. I'm a little worried about how thin this paint is going on with a paintbrush because of the thinner that we put in there. But we'll see how we do here. Get this on and we'll see what it's going to look like as it dries out. The brush effect here will actually look pretty good for our battle damage and battle worn and stuff like that as we go. The last thing I hand painted was actually a lightsaber hilt for Amish Ace. That was a lot of fun. I went in and I hand painted the hilt to look like a leather grip, and painted a lot of other pretty fine detail on that. Had a lot of fun, then sent it over. Actually, it was on Moco Made's channel. I'm like, hey, I hand painted this thing. Can I get some feedback? And everyone's like, what feedback? Like, this thing looks great. And I'm like, no, like, I always want to improve. Like, there's got to be something I could do better. And a couple of folks actually DM'd me and they gave me some tips on like shading and aging techniques and stuff like that, and I loved it. So huge props to that community. Very, very happy, proud member of the Moco Made team to help each other out, and I was really happy to kind of support their channel with the giveaways this week. Yeah, Kitty Cat Mew, yeah, from Moco Made, cool. Well, thanks for dropping by. So we gave away a 3D printed dragon earlier, and on the stream here, and we gave away 4 of them on Moco Made's stream, and then this afternoon when they gave away the last 2, everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, dragons!" So I ended up with 7 sales from that. So I got those all started on the printers and going. So I got 3 printers going right now with 3D dragons, and we'll get all those finished up by Saturday. I hope by Saturday night we'll get the last of them 3D printed and sent off. One of them that's printing right now that's going to finish later tonight is for someone who raided into the channel. So one of the things that I do here on my stream is if you raid into my channel, I put you in a special giveaway. And when the bot chooses you, you get something really, really special. So the thing that I'm giving away, or that I gave away last quarter, was a 3D printed dragon that I'm actually going to go in and I'm going to airbrush. They wanted several shades of green on the dragon, and so I thought, well, I'm gonna print it in one shade of green and then come back and paint it with other shades of green. So we'll have some fun with that once that finishes printing up tonight. I'll probably post some pictures of that on Twitter and Instagram. So if you want to follow me, I tend to use Ian Douglas 736 on all the socials. So you're welcome to go give me a follow there. This hand painting is definitely going to take a couple of coats. Because the paint is so thin, I'm ending up with a lot of brush marks with this. Just because I needed to thin it out for the airbrush. In retrospect, I should have left it thick in the cup here and just add some paint thinner to the airbrush cup. But I think if I can get 2 coats out of this by hand, I think we'll be doing all right. So we'll see how this looks kind of as we go here. So the first one, I'm just gonna kind of get the rough idea of the paint, and then we'll come back in and we'll do a second coat. Once this dries a tiny bit, the second coat will go on a little thicker. It'll look a little darker once we get on that. So I'm not going to worry as much about the edging and so on here. I'll get some of the edging, but I'll do more of that finer detail after this coat dries. So what else is going on with everybody? Saw a couple of things float by in chat. What else has everybody else got going on this weekend coming up? We got the Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival, the 3D Printer Festival here in the Denver region next weekend. Looking forward to meeting a whole bunch of people there.
Next weekend?
It's next weekend, yep.
Dang. Oh, dang. I didn't realize it was that soon.
My musician son has come by to say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
He's written some music for us that I'll get on the stream at some point. He wrote a new song for giveaways. We've played some of his music on here in the past that he produces on his Nintendo Switch. And it's actually really good quality music. I was talking earlier on the stream about how a friend of mine is actually in the music industry, and he works with a lot of smooth jazz and hip hop artists. And he's got like gold and platinum albums himself. And he's like, dang, that kid can do that with a Nintendo Switch. Like, you need to get him some real music equipment and like see what he can really do. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We often wondered when he was a little kid if we should start saving up for like Juilliard kind of thing, but he doesn't like reading music. He doesn't like practicing. He likes playing by ear, and he likes coming up with songs, but he doesn't like to practice. He doesn't like reading music. So it's going to be a bit of a deterrent for him, but we'll see. We'll see how it kind of shapes out over time. So the second coat here is going on much, much darker. And I'll get in and I'll do like proper edging and stuff on this here in a minute. I want to get kind of this initial like really dark coat in here. And again, like I said, the brush marks on here are really going to help with the battle worn and sort of kind of technique with that. So, all right, so now get in here and we'll do this edging here a little more carefully. There we go. Could probably use a third coat on there, but it's going to come out pretty nice. Such a fun age, lots of amazing things. Yeah, for sure. One day he was a little older. Oh, what did I miss in chat? Oh, the team seems amazing. Taking a small break from crochet project. That's awesome. Crocheting is something I've never tried dabbling in. When I was the same age as my youngest standing next to me here, my musician son, my grandmother tried to get me into knitting. And so I was hanging out at her house all summer. I'm like, well, I guess I got to do something to occupy my time. So I was sitting around with her, knitting scarves, watching Price is Right. And that was that was my childhood. And driving the pickup around the farm. So that was a long time ago for sure. So yeah, the paint is definitely going on thicker, giving that first coat a few moments to dry. Even though we've got the flow, what's it called, the flow improver? Turn that bottle around for me there. Yeah, airbrush flow improver. It keeps the paint from drying. but it's drying enough on here. Like it's getting tacky enough that the second coat is actually sticking to it and it's staying nice and thick on here. I could definitely use some better lighting here though for my painting area. But, he's learned that he can escape the pack and play or baby prison on wheels, as I call it. He hasn't learned the landing part. Uh-oh. Yeah, our kids definitely had their adventures trying to climb out of the crib. Our adventures also included being able to reach the baby powder from the crib and walking into an explosion of baby powder in the room. And then another time, my wife actually left a lipstick within reach. And boy, that was a fun one. He had fun with the lipstick. Not this one, the other one. Now it turns out the one that really enjoyed the lipstick is also really enjoying drama class and being in school plays and stuff. So it's kind of fun and exciting to see. I don't think it was a direct correlation with playing with lipstick as a toddler, but you never know. You never know what influences their little minds. So I'm just coming in with this square brush and I'm just hitting it with a little bit of extra edging. I know it's kind of off camera. You can't really see what I'm doing. Sorry for the focus on the camera there, but just getting in and just really getting in tight angles on there. So the paint's a little bit thick, so we're going to let that dry. And then there's some parts here on the back of the ship that we're going to need to come in and hand paint as well. So I need to plan that out because these parts are not as detailed as the model. So I just kind of want to rough in a little bit like some of the areas that we're going to do with this drab color. So on this, we're going to start on this one. So this is the top of the ship. So on this part here, that drab color was basically like these panels here. And getting it on the sides over here. So I'm just going to rough in some of that color so I know what I want to paint. I think that's all I'm going to go for actually. Cool. So I'm just hanging out painting. If y'all want to convince me to do that last giveaway, feel free to throw some hype in chat, and we'll do our last giveaway for a laser etched sign. You'll get to go to the website and pick which of the etched signs you would like me to laser engrave for you, and I will send that your way. If you're domestic in the U.S., I will send it to you at no charge. If you are international, I will cover a few dollars worth of shipping. Nice thing about those signs is they're really, really, really light, so it doesn't cost very much to mail it anywhere, even international. The shipping won't be very much. It'll literally be a couple of dollars. But it depends on where you are internationally. But feel free to do exclamation point giveaway if you want to get in on that giveaway. We'll draw for that here in a couple of minutes.
You know that giveaway song that I wrote? I got it stuck in my head. The thing to smack the wall. My brother's on the other side.
What's that? I didn't hear that the last part.
Reading Kitty Cat News.
Oh. His favorite thing in the crib is to smack the wall, which my brother's on the other side. Oh, nice. Kids are wonderful. They're a lot of fun in a lot of ways. It's fun watching them grow. It's fun to watch them develop their personalities as they grow. We ended up with two boys, and just their personalities are so different. It's pretty great to kind of see how they develop and what they're interested in and what they're not interested in, and what keeps them engaged and what they like or don't like about school. It's just they're so very, very different, which is good. I wouldn't have wanted like a carbon copy clone of one another. That would have been boring, I think They definitely keep us on our toes for sure.
So, kid, uh, kid is half her height.
Half your height already. So we heard. I don't know how true this is, but we heard that whatever their height is when they are 3 years old, that they are going to grow to be double that height as their final height. We're still testing that theory with our oldest one, um, but it wouldn't surprise me because he's going to be he was pretty tall at 3. Um, if yours is still in a crib, then chances are your child is a lot younger than 3. But that was kind of the benchmark that we had heard. Again, I don't know how true it is, but something that we had heard and it sounded reasonable. I'm just doing a little bit of painting off camera where I can see a little bit better in some of the lighting here. All right. So that's going to come out a lot better once we get a second coat on there. But for now, I'm pretty happy with that as a first coat. At least getting an idea of like where the paint needs to go and so on. So I can actually put this one on a little bit thicker since I know where the paint is going to flow and where it needs to kind of develop on the model here. 9.5. Hello, lurking while you put your kid to bed. We're talking about kids and whether or not they sleep in their bed, and the fact that it is 10:30 at night and my 12-year-old is still standing next to me and should have been in bed an hour ago, standing here smirking at me. You gonna sleep down here tonight? No. Okay. Hey, bud. Love you. All right. Normally I would have streamed an hour earlier than I started tonight. So in my brain it was only 9:30, but the clock says 10:30 here in Colorado, which is way past his bedtime. So he went scampering upstairs. But yeah, kids are a lot of fun. It's really interesting as a parent just watching them grow and develop and figuring out their personalities, like watching them figure out their own personalities, but also as a parent just watching what ends up developing as their personalities. Pretty interesting for sure. So yeah, so we're just airbrushing and painting a little Boba Fett ship here that I was doing as a 3D printer challenge that runs from Monday to Monday on another channel, and I wanted to kind of get in and do some painting on it. And instead of just 3D printing it all a solid color, I wanted to get in and do a little bit of painting. You know, change things up a little bit. So we got in, we airbrushed a fair chunk of it, and I'm just going in with some hand detailing. I'm going to do a second coat on this here in a minute. I'm going to let this coat dry. Unfortunately, I had to put airbrush flow improver in the paint so that we could airbrush part of the ship, but that makes this paint really, really thin to try to go back in and hand paint these details. So I'm going to have to go in and do at least a couple of coats in this green. But we'll get there. Any other parents in chat want to share any war stories of putting children to bed or things that they messed up? I was relaying a story about how our oldest kid, well, he was still crib age, on one occasion grabbed a whole bottle of baby powder and like dusted the whole room like he was a crime scene investigator. And the second incident, he grabbed a tube of lipstick that my wife had left in the room and decided he was gonna play makeup artist, and it was all over everything, everything. And that stuff's a little hard to wash out. I'm gonna finish up just this part, and then I've got two little details down here at the bottom that I'm gonna paint, and then we'll do our last giveaway for the night. I'm gonna keep painting. I'm gonna keep streaming. If folks want to hang out and chat, I'm happy to kind of stay chatting with everybody. But we'll do that last giveaway because I know a lot of folks have been kind of waiting for that. The recipient of this giveaway will get a laser engraved sign of some kind, and if you want it painted a little bit before we do the laser engraving, you can let me know. I will do a very gentle airbrush sort of coat of paint on the wood, and then laser etch from there. I'll show you in a minute what that could look like. But you don't have to have it painted. I can just I can just laser etch on the wood and send that your way. So you can let me know if you are chosen as the recipient. If you're domestic U.S., I'll ship it to you free of charge. If you are international, I will pay up to $10 worth of shipping to get it to you. And then we'll do that drawing here in just a moment. Just going to finish up these last couple of details here. Just like that. And then I got to come in and I got to do at least a second coat on some of the stuff. So exclamation point giveaway in chat if you're on Twitch. If you are watching on YouTube or if you are watching on Kick, you will need to come over to Twitch to get in on the giveaway because I've only got the Twitch chat hooked up to my giveaway bot. But feel free to get in on that, and then we'll do a drawing. You do need to be present in chat if I draw your name. You do need to be here. Otherwise, we'll redraw up to 3 times. Well, we'll draw up to 3 names, so we'll redraw up to 2 more times if you're not present. But I hope you're present. I hope you'll stay and hang out for a little bit. All right, so we got that one done. I'm gonna do just the counterpart here on this piece, and then we'll do our giveaway. So the last piece, the last giveaway that we were doing was a laser etched sign. If you want to go check out the website cool3dthings.com, you'll see a link to the laser engraving store on there. If somebody wants to drop that link in chat, that would be a big help while I'm painting. And you get to choose any of those signs as your gift. And I'll show you an example here in a minute of what I was trying to work out today. Like, can I do a little bit of airbrushing on the piece of wood before I do laser etching, or is it just going to burn the paint? And it actually turned out quite nice. The paint I put on was way too thick and way too dark, but knowing that I can laser etch over airbrushed paint actually has me pretty excited for some of the different kinds of detail that I can get into as a crafter to be able to make custom signs for people, where they can maybe come in and customize what's on the sign, and also some detail about color choice and things like that on there as well. So cool. Let me get this brush washed up a little bit, and then we'll go ahead and we'll do that drawing. So exclamation point giveaway in chat if you want to get in there. Alrighty, let me switch my microphone around. I'll try not to mute my microphone again as I do it. Hello, it's me, complete with the Babe Ross beanie in true painter style. I need to twist it this way. There we go. Babe Ross. Babe Ross is a fantastic streamer here on Twitch. I actually own 2 of her paintings. One of them's here on the wall, and the other one's on a wall over here that I get to see every time I come downstairs into the workshop area. So I've got one piece over there. This one over here was the first one that I bought, and then the second one, she also did like an auction, and I'm like, it's mine. Like, I don't care how much people are bidding on this thing. That one's mine. So I picked up both pieces of art, and she was like immensely thankful for people supporting her. She ended up selling like a bunch of her artwork over a short span of time. It was really neat to see the community kind of get involved in that and buy her artwork. So yeah, I'm a huge fan of beanies. So I've got 9. If you ever make a beanie, let me know. But I got Moko Made, I got Zach Rutledge, I got Amish Ace, and my newest one was Astro Canuck. I went on his stream and he's like, go check out all my merch. And I'm like, dude, you need to make a red beanie with your logo. I will buy one right now. And so he paused everything he was doing on his stream. I felt really bad for this. But he paused everything he's doing. He's like, okay. And he like pulled up a browser and he's like, all right, red stitching, put the logo on there. And I immediately bought one. And I also gifted one to his community at the same time, which kind of shocked him too. I'm like, dude, like red beanie. Like, come on, you're Canadian. Like, why wouldn't you have a red beanie with your logo on the front? And the stitching on it is nice. Like, seriously, whoever you all get to do the stitching on these things, it comes out so nice. Like really, really nice. It looks fantastic. So you have plans for many merch drops. That's awesome. Cool. So yeah, those pieces are coming out pretty nice. We're going to do the last giveaway. So last chance, exclamation point giveaway. Get in on the giveaway, and you're going to get to go choose what you want. If you do want something painted, again, the paint was really, really strong on this one. The red was way too thick. I've done other airbrushing where it's a much lighter shade of different colors. These are the kinds of etchings that I can do. This one's actually a 3-piece sign. So I did the back plate in black, and then a plate in white, and then this one's it's very reflective. It's actually a very pearlescent paint, and that's why it's so shiny on the lights. And then this one I just did in regular paint, where I did kind of a rainbow striping on it. So if you're interested in having something, spray painted, not this solid and not this bright, I'm happy to airbrush something and then etch whatever your choice is. Otherwise, if you go to cool3dthings.com, you'll have the opportunity to choose from a large category of things. So this is the model that I'm using as kind of a paint guide for what I'm painting here. So if you go to cool3dthings.com, up here in the top left corner, you'll see laser engraving store. And from here, you're basically, there's like Age to Perfection, where it's all the different years, all the way up to, I think, 1991 or something like that. And they all say Age to Perfection. I don't know why it says this one's not found. Been having a lot of problems with Wix. There's also one on here which is blank. So if you pull up the last one there, because the other thing about Wix is you can only have 15 images per item. And so I put all these different years in as variants. But if you pick the one that says blank year, just scroll all the way to the end, there's basically no image on that one. It's an empty hole in the middle, and I can write in like any year that you want. But there's a lot of different sort of categories. There's like funny stuff and sarcastic stuff. There's some really nice family quotes. There's beach quotes if you're into beach things. There's lots of coffee quotes if you're into coffee like me. Lots of really nice family ones that you can kind of go through. And there's no rush. If you get drawn, I'll just wait to hear from you. Lots of funny quotes. I'm not drunk, but I'm getting there. Shut up, liver, you're fine. Some days I amaze myself. Other days I put the keys in the fridge. All kinds of stuff. Lots of inspirational ones as well. Kindness quotes. If you can't be kind, be quiet. You'll never forget being kind. Throw kindness around like confetti. There's some kitchen quotes. There's nurse quotes and teacher quotes. Lots of sarcastic ones as well. If you're into like these sarcastic types of things like adulthood, too hard, do not recommend. Lots of fun stuff like that. So basically on a stream recently, we wrote the code that generated all of these images based on just the black and white or the gray and white sort of background to kind of overlay them onto a piece of wood. So you kind of get an idea what this thing's going to look like, but it'll basically show up on a little 4-inch by 6-inch piece of wood stock. And I'll laser etch whatever sign that you want on there. So that's what we're going to do as our giveaway drawing right now. So I'm going to give everybody like 30 seconds to get in on the giveaway. So exclamation point giveaway. We'll do that drawing here in just a moment. But this will be your last opportunity to get in on the giveaway. And then every entry that we do for the daily giveaway gives you an entry into the month-long giveaway. And that month-long giveaway is this. Let me put it together. It's more impressive when it's all together. Although the paint is also kind of that shiny pearlescent paint, and so it doesn't show up as well on camera as I'd like. I will get some photos up on Instagram soon if you want to follow me on Instagram. These are my socials. I try to use Ian Douglas 736 everywhere. But basically, it's going to be this big, giant 3D printed dragon. The wings come off and the head and the tail come off for shipping. But this is going to be our monthly drawing. And I'm actually going in and airbrushing it. It was all this solid blue before. It was all this really, really dark blue. So you can kind of see the progression that I've made. I'm going to be doing more white highlights around the bottom to be snow. I'm going to do some white highlights on him just for extra accents and so on. And I need to go in and paint the face and get like white eyeballs and white teeth. I'm going to do the roof of his mouth in a darker blue. But this is going to be our monthly giveaway. And so every time I stream, if you come by and do a bang giveaway or exclamation point giveaway for the daily giveaway, it's going to give you an entry for this drawing. The laser engraver, it's the Taser P5. Thank you. And I've also got an X tool coming on Saturday, and that's going to be a 10 watt, a 20 watt, and a 40 watt laser module head. So I can swap out the laser heads, but it's about the same size frame as the Taser P5. But that's going to allow me to do some comparisons between, like, hey, if you're going to get into laser engraving, I'm also new to laser engraving. I'm learning how to do things there. But if you're trying to think of like what kind of laser do I want? Do I want a 10 watt? Do I want a 20 watt? Do I need a 40 watt? I'm going to basically be making a whole series of videos on like, this is how long it takes to etch this sign on a 5 watt. Like this took an hour and a half or something to etch this. It's probably going to take like 2 minutes on a 40 watt laser, but the 40 watt laser is probably going to burn all the way through this thing too. So, how do you adjust your power and your speed and things like that? But this is our monthly giveaway. So this will be part of our monthly giveaway. I may also do like a really large laser etched sign as a giveaway for like a backup monthly prize. But this is also going to ship internationally free of charge. So whoever wins this one, this is going to ship anywhere in the world once I'm finished. So I've got a little more shading to do on the wings. I kind of went through and I hit it with a little bit of gray. And like I said, I'm going to do, so it's meant to be kind of an ice dragon. So I'm going to do more white highlights on the base here for snow, and then a little bit of white highlight around him, and then get his head done, and then he'll be ready to go. So every entry in the daily giveaway gives you an entry for that. So every time I stream, just come by and do exclamation point giveaway. Even if you can't stick around for the stream, I'd love it if you can. But even if you can't stick around, every entry is going to get you a raffle ticket for the large dragon to give away. So, so I'm going to have a second laser engraver as well. We got a raid. Shout out to Skip for raiding over with 6 viewers. Appreciate that. Skip, thanks for dropping by. Skip, I think, got one of my 3D dragons, if I remember right. So, hello. You're just in time for the giveaway. So thanks for dropping by. We're giving away a laser engraved sign. I'll drop the link here for the site where you're going to get to choose. Let's go over to here. Yeah. So let me drop this in chat for everybody. And basically, you're going to get to go to this site, and you're going to get to pick any of the signs on here, and I'm going to laser engrave that for you for free and send it. If you're in the United States, it won't cost you anything. If you're international, I'll cover like a couple of dollars worth of the shipping. If you want like some paint behind it, it won't be this drastically painted. I put a lot of paint on this just to see if when I laser etch it, is it going to catch the paint on fire, or is it just going to scorch the paint, or is it actually going to etch into the wood? It actually etched all the way through the paint into the wood, which looks really neat. But if you want like a very faint color of paint on there, I can do that. I don't have this one on the site, but I've also got this welcome sign. This is more what like the lighter shades of paint would look like. This one is a very reflective, kind of pearlescent, shiny paint. These paints are what I'm using to paint that larger dragon. And so every entry into the daily giveaway is going to give you an entry for this enormous 3D printed dragon that I'm airbrushing. It all started out this really dark blue color that you see on the bottom, and I'm going through and I'm airbrushing all the detail on this thing. It looks way better in person. It looks kind of all the same color because of the light and because of the reflective paint. It's all kind of like reflecting back at the camera. I'm going to get some pictures up on Instagram. I use the same username on Instagram, so you can follow me over there if you want. I'll also post some pictures up on Twitter. I might try and get to that later tonight, actually. But if you want a little bit of paint on whatever the laser etch sign is, you're welcome to do that. I'm also going to be playing around with like getting some like tie-dye sorts of colors on 4x4 cards, so I can actually cut out coasters and things like that and get in and like laser engraved coasters. So imagine, getting into this kind of fine detail, but making coasters out of that kind of thing. And so you'll, eventually be able to buy these on the website as well. These are a little bit thicker than the other ones, so it'll take a little more laser energy to get through this, but I got a second laser engraver coming. We gave away a 3D printed dragon earlier, so if you know me, I love giving away 3D printed dragons. Not the stationary one here, but the articulating kind, like this. We gave one of these away earlier tonight, and this guy is made by a company called Flexi Factory, and I got a whole load of them printing right now because I sold a whole bunch of them today. But this guy will actually stand up on his own. You can pose him, and it comes out really, really, really nice. And so I've got all kinds of different filament colors. If you're interested in ever buying one of these, let me know. I'm happy to chat with you about like what color you want and so on. You can hit me up on Discord. I've got a Discord community for kind of my career development stuff, but you're welcome to hang out and go ping me on Discord if you want and send me a message, and we can chat about like the colors that you want and shipping and stuff like that. But get in on the giveaway. We're going to do that giveaway like really, really soon. I'll give everybody like 60 more seconds if you want to get in on that giveaway. Skip, what were you doing on your stream? Thanks for bringing your community over and trusting them over here. Appreciate that. I am a pretty family-friendly stream. I'm doing a little bit of airbrushing tonight. We're airbrushing a Boba Fett ship. So we were kind of going in and setting like our base coats and things like that, and then getting like the darker pigments in, waiting for this to dry, go back over this. Actually came out pretty nice just like that. As far as how I want to do the battle damage on that, I think that came out sufficient. I might not need to do a second coat, or I might go in with a paintbrush and touch up a couple of little areas, but pretty happy with how that darker green turned out here. And then we hand painted some of the detail on here. This definitely needs another coat for sure. It came out pretty thin. So I do want to go back in with a paintbrush, and then I'll probably blot it off with this softer paper towel. This is like the blue shop towels from Costco, if anybody shops at Costco. And it does a really nice job of like going in and masking paint and stuff like that to get like really cool aged details when you're doing modeling and stuff like that. So if you're ever painting and you're trying to do like some aging techniques, really, really, really watered down paint, and these blue shop towels do an amazing job just getting like, you want to really water down like a dark paint, and it'll get into all those little crevices and make some really cool shadows, and then you just blot the paint off of the other areas. And these shop towels do an amazing job at that. Not the regular like paper towels with the fibers, because that can sometimes leave fibers in your paint, but this stuff does a really great job of getting in and just blotting like big parts of the paint away. So cool. We're gonna do the giveaway. So we're gonna do that. You're working on a piece of your pyrography. That's awesome. Wood burning is something I did as a kid, and it was a lot of fun. Getting into the laser etching, you still get that wood burning smell, except it actually fills up. Well, even just laser etching this earlier tonight. Wood burning. So yeah, it's pretty cool. What kind of stuff do you do with your wood burning? Do you do like the big maps and things like that, or do you do like hand painted signs and stuff like that? Like what? Oh, you're working on a piece, finished burning and shading Goku, and started painting. What? That's amazing. That's pretty cool. Do you record your VODs? Can I go check that out later? You're only 2 weeks in so far. Yeah, like I'm new at airbrushing. Like I've done a lot of like hand painting in the past, but I'm new at airbrushing, so that was totally new for me. I'm new to laser etching. I've been around 3D printing for a long, long time. There's actually a 3D printer like festival happening in the Denver region next weekend. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out. I'm curious what that looks like as far as wood burning and what you're painting on that. It should be pretty cool to go check that out. So thanks. I'll definitely check that out, Skip. Thank you. Just going to go make a note over here to go look at Skip 024. Yeah, so Skip got one of my dragons earlier in the week, and we shipped that one out. Skip, I forget if you got the aluminum one or the marble one. I think you got the silver one because you took some really amazing pictures of it. You were posting some really great pictures on Instagram of the dragon with all the cool lights and stuff like that. I mean, I got these kind of cool lights in the background, but however you were lighting that dragon, man, you lit that up really, really nice in your photos. You got the silver one, yeah. And that silver is like kind of a nice reflective kind of silky silver color. So yeah, good job on those photos. It turned out great. Cool. We're going to do this last giveaway. And then I'm going to keep painting. Y'all are welcome to hang out and chat. I've got a tablet over here that I can keep an eye on chat. I'm happy to keep chatting with folks if you want to hang out, but I'm going to keep streaming either way. But this will be our last giveaway for the night. Just got an $8 ring light from Walmart. Really? That's pretty cool. I mean, I've got like the expensive Logitech ones up here in front of me and all the nano leaf panels on the back wall. I'm not going to tell you how much that stuff cost me. But all of the wall that you see behind me, the hexagon thing is all 3D printed. So I basically 3D printed a whole bunch of panels, attached all those to the wall. You can kind of see like over here, there's like this little attachment here, and they basically just screw together and bolt into the wall. And then I 3D printed the frames that the nano leaves actually click into. And so I lined all those up and click those in, and away it goes. I've got channel point redemptions. If you want to change the color themes and stuff like that, you can check out the channel point redemption. You can do exclamation point nano leaf in chat, and that'll tell you all the different themes that you can pick from. Or there's a channel point redemption you can do to just change it to any of those themes or random. You can just set it to random, or if it doesn't recognize what you type in, it'll just pick one at random for you. It's a couple hundred channel points, not very much. Yeah, cool. Let's do this last giveaway. You will need to be in chat to claim this. So giveaway daily. And we're going to do a drum roll. And our recipient of the laser engraving is Oceanocraft 3D. I don't know if Oceanocraft is still here. I haven't seen Oceanocraft chat in a minute. But Oceanocraft, if you happen to be here, I'll give you... We've had kind of a bad run with people not being in chat, so I'm only going to give you about 30 seconds to respond. If you're not here, I'm just going to go ahead and redraw. We tried to give away a Lego kit earlier tonight. We tried to give away Goofy and Pluto. I drew 3 names, and none of them were here in chat. So snooze, you lose around my channel. If you're not here, we end up saving that for another giveaway. So we had 3 giveaways. We were doing the Lego kit, the dragon, and a laser etch sign. And someone took the dragon, but no one was around to take the Lego. So you got to be here. Oceanocraft did not respond. So we're going to go draw another name. So we will do another giveaway daily. And again, every entry... Oh, so what you need to do is you need to do the channel point redemption then for the Vader. You don't just don't type the word. You'll actually have to do the channel point redemption, and then it'll prompt you for which one you want to do. Major Gamer Geek, you drew the name again. Oh, Major Gamer Geek won the dragon earlier. So Major Gamer Geek, if you're still in chat, if you're still here, you also won the laser etch. There we go. Set it to Vader, so that'll come up with a nice black and red theme here in a minute. Oh, the Vader theme is noise activated. You can kind of see it fading in and out. If I talk really loud, maybe not. Normally when I talk, they like really light up. I can kind of see them like flicker red and things like that. But apparently the volume's got to be really, really loud for this thing to sort of kick in. Reposition my mic here a little bit. My mic cable's getting tangled up. We'll change it to something else here, or see if I can. I think I just maybe need to make it a little brighter. We'll see. See if we can get that effect going for you here. The other thing that we're gonna do, I had a commission for the stationary dragon that I'm doing in kind of gold colors. So it all started out a very drab sort of beige, and I'm going through and I'm gonna paint this. I'm gonna airbrush this like Smog from Lord of the Rings, and I've picked up some gravel, some really coarse sand, and I'm gonna be spray painting that in a gold color while we wait for the Boba Fett stuff to dry, and I'm gonna attach it on the bottom of this print to give it a little more terrain. It looks like he's sitting on a pile of gold. That's for a commission for that one. So that one's been pretty fun to put together, but let's see if we can change this nano leaf over to something else. I do have like a 5-minute timeout or something on those lights, so I want to see if I can make that a little bit brighter for you so we can actually see what's going on there. Oh, it's telling me it's unreachable. Oh, there it goes. Why is that so... Okay, so if I turn up the brightness, you can definitely see that as I talk, it's kind of flickering a little bit more. If I stand back here and talk really loud, no, it's not really working that well. How about now? Yeah, you can kind of see it flicker, but but the brightness isn't really there. So I'm just gonna pick a different one. We'll go with Boba Fett. We'll put some Boba Fett colors up there. I normally keep the light intensity level down on these lights just because they get really, really bright and then it just washes everything out on the camera. So, did we hear back from Major Gamer Geek? I don't think we heard back. All right, we're gonna draw one more name because we didn't hear back from Major Gamer Geek. You do need to be present to be the recipient of my giveaways. So I will do one more giveaway daily. We will do one final drum roll. Outcasted Wanderer. Outcasted has been the recipient of things in the past. I'm gonna give you about 30 seconds to respond here. Otherwise, I might do one more redraw because there are a lot of people here in chat. Oh, you are here! Hooray! Outcasted Wanderer, congrats! You're the recipient of a laser etch sign. So feel free to go check out this link and pick any of those signs. And if you want a little bit of paint on there, like if you want a little bit of coloration on it, I'll do a very, very faint sort of like color on the background. So it won't look this vivid and this drastic, I promise. It'll be like a really, really pale, like kind of what you see up here at the top. It'll be a very, very like very, very faint color if you want color on the background. If you want just plain wood with that thing etched on there, totally cool with that. So Outcasted, your job is send me your name and your address and a link to whichever sign you want. Like, let me know which sign you want and whether you want color on there. If you don't want color on it, that's fine. If you do want color, let me know what colors you would like. And I'll go in and I'll airbrush a little bit of color on a plank. I'll laser etch that for you and I'll get that in the mail for you. Cool. All right. Success. Great success. All right. We finally had somebody come by. I'm going to hydrate for a minute. I can't tell you what I'm drinking, but I'll give you a hint. I'm a big fan of dad jokes. If you do exclamation point joke, it'll call my joke API. I also have not been keeping up on my dad joke of the day. My kids got me this little tearaway calendar, so I'll read off some of these while we're hanging out. The hint wasn't big enough. All right. I couldn't find chocolate mousse at the grocery store, so I got elk instead. That was actually pretty good. Why? Okay, baby. Why did the banana visit the doctor? Why did the banana visit the doctor? It wasn't peeling well. I applied to an art school with a focus in origami, but they sent me a rejection letter. I'm not sure what to make of it. See, Amish sighs, but Amish, I know, secretly loves when I drop into his channel and drop these little nuggets in his chat. Mostly because he makes me cheer bits in order to do it. But just watching the defeated look on his face when I drop a dad joke in his chat, he's just kind of is great. That gets me going. When a librarian goes fishing, what do they bring as bait? Bookworms. All right. That'll be enough dad jokes, I think, for the day. My friend was bragging his new 3D printer can print a gun. I wasn't impressed. I've had a Canon printer for years. All right, that one was pretty good. That was good. I hadn't heard that one before. That was good. That one was really, really good. I remember seeing one a long time ago. It's like, how do I set my laser printer to stun? And the common follow-up was like, just don't throw it as hard. You've got dad jokes? Bring it. You can bring those dad jokes anytime to my channel. Or Amish Ace, for that matter. Amish Ace secretly loves dad jokes. I mean, he is a dad. He should be loving these dad jokes. Amish might be broken. He's a dad that doesn't like dad jokes. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody, for the giveaways. I'm going to keep painting. I'm happy to keep streaming and keep chatting. I'm going to watch the viewer count. If the viewer count drops, then we'll wrap up. We'll find someone to raid. But I'm not planning on leaving just yet. I'm going to hang out for a little bit. But I will go kind of check the teams that I'm on. I'm on the Moco Loco team. I'm on the Live Coders team. Normally on Thursday when I'm doing my making, I'll try to like raid into someone else that's doing making. But there's not many people doing making this late at night unless they're in a completely different country. But we'll keep an eye on the raid possibilities. But I'm gonna keep painting for a little bit. So feel free to hang out and chat. My wife said I should do lunges to stay in shape. That would be a step forward. That would be a big step forward. Yes, I've told that one on Amish's channel for sure, and Babe Ross. Babe Ross also loves my dad jokes for sure. I tend to drop in her channel. Thus the Babe Ross hat. So Babe Ross was actually the very first person that I sent one of these stationary dragons to. I did it in a very, very dark sparkle blue kind of filament. And when I messaged her, I'm like, hey, can I send you one of these? Like, do you want to like paint it or anything like that? And she's like, yeah, send it. So I sent it. She unpacked it and she's like, this thing's beautiful, like just the filament color. So she decided not to paint it and she like put it on a shelf and she's like, it like guards my car keys or something. it was very sweet. So she put it on display and the whole bit. You don't see it on her stream, but she's got it in another part of her house, which is really, really cool. So like I love Babe Ross's art. I've got two of her paintings, one here and one over here in my basement. And she came out with a beanie, so I bought the beanie. And she's like, "You're my first like beanie baby," or beanie Ross, I think she called it. So yeah, this dragon's really really neat. So this new one that I'm doing, I did this one in resin, and so the amount of detail on this is like it's much smaller because my resin printer is much smaller. But it weighs almost as much as the other dragon, despite being mostly hollow. But doing this one like Smog is gonna turn out amazing. So about halfway up the dragon, I'm going to start airbrushing in some red color, and then like the ribbing on the wings are going to go into a black, and then the scales down the back will be all black. It's going to be nice. It's going to be a really really nice piece. So this one was a commission from a family member for another family member for an upcoming birthday. So I got about 2 months to finish this. So I'm taking my time with it, but I did buy some coarse sand. So one of the things that I want to do tonight, and actually I should do this sooner than later. Well, I want to go back in and do the green paint before it dries, but I picked up some coarse sand, and I'm going to dump a bunch of it in a box, and I'm going to blast that with some gold paint, which is going to kind of scatter around, but that's going to cover everything with paint. Just that way it's going to look like, gold rocks or gold nuggets. I kind of wanted to do coins because Smog kind of is, famous for being on the coins, but this is just going to be like really coarse rock. As far as like the level of detail, and then I'll just attach that on the base with clear resin, and then we'll hit that with a UV light. I've got a UV flashlight that I'll use, and we'll actually glue those things onto the model using clear resin. That'll also give it a bit of a shine and a sparkle and stuff too. So we'll probably spray paint those gold nuggets here in a little while, but I'm gonna keep going on the Boba Fett ship. So feel free to stick around and chat. Happy to keep chatting with folks. I'm not gonna stop streaming yet, but I will keep an eye on raid targets. If we do see somebody streaming, then that would be fantastic. If you do want to support the giveaways that I'm doing for the month, I am raising money for this group called Unloop, and their mission is to help people who have been incarcerated and in prison actually find jobs in the tech industry. So if you want to help support that, that would be fantastic. Don't feel obligated to. But if you're able to, if you want to help out with that, I would love any help that you can do on that. So this is the model that I'm using to kind of plan out what I'm painting. And so I've got to mix up this burgundy paint next, but I need to finish the detail on this part of the ship over here. This part didn't come out quite as clean. In retrospect, I should have airbrushed it. But we're gonna come back in. We're gonna airbrush, or we're gonna finish that little bit of detail. I think by hand. The back part of the ship that has those colors. This part down in here is gonna have a little bit of that drab green, but this is gonna be like more of these spines and bits in here. I think I'm gonna do in kind of a metallic blue. But I do want to come in. I do want to hit these areas a little bit more with with some of this drab green. It looks very shiny. It's actually pretty complete. It looks like it's like I didn't paint it well, but that's just the light. If I can't even, the light's coming from so many different directions. It is fully painted. It's just really shiny because the paint is fresh. But I'm going to come in and finish this up a little bit more. There's nothing more really that I need to airbrush on here. But having looked at that model, I realized that I should have also painted this portion here in that dark drab olive as well. So I'm going to come in. I'm going to paint this part real quick, and we'll get a little more detail on this, and then I'm going to get into the burgundy. But feel free to keep chatting in chat. Skip, if you got more dad jokes, by all means, keep those coming. Always happy to have dad jokes on my stream, even if that means Amish Ace leaves. That's okay. I will sacrifice having Amish Ace in my in my chat if it means having dad jokes. So no, I'm just kidding. I would love it if Amish could stick around. Amish is a really great streamer. I've really enjoyed getting to know Amish and chatting with Amish kind of offline and doing some 3D design and stuff for him, and just being a part of his community over on his stream. He's a fantastic guy. Love trolling him a little bit with the dad jokes and the Mario and stuff like that. Although he's finished his Mario game now, so we're gonna have to figure out some other way of trolling him on his stream. But definitely go give Amish Ace a follow. He's a really great streamer. He's a partner here on Twitch, and he loves doing giveaways. He loves building Lego eventually. We love to tease him about how long it takes him to do Lego, and then we troll him with videos and Mario and stuff like that to keep him from building the Lego, which is half of the fun. But really great guy. He loves his community. He loves doing fundraising for all kinds of cool things, like Stoplight for helping kids out at hospitals, and Nintendo sponsored a whole bunch of Nintendo Switches and stuff like that for Stoplight. And so Amish raised, it was like over $10,000 or something on his community. How naughty? I mean, I do keep it family friendly, so that's my only ask, is keep it PG-13. Let's aim for PG-13. And there's a bang LOL command I think you can use. If other people find your jokes funny, they can feel free to do an exclamation point cheer, exclamation point LOL. Should play some appropriate sound effects for your jokes. But yeah, I think Amish's community raised like $10,000 for Stoplight. Last year raised money for like cancer research. I was happy to be a part of that. I actually just did my taxes this week, so going through and looking at all the money I donated to those events turned out to be quite a lot. Between the money that we raised here on this channel for different groups with the fundraisers that I do, and donating to things on Amish's channel and Bricks O'Brien and Zach Rutledge and like all those folks, they all banded together to get these big community goals met, and to resounding success. It was really amazing to see the community get together and raise those kinds of funds to help with medical research and to help kids at hospitals have, wagons to ride around in, and Nintendo Switches and video games and consoles and things like that to kind of take their mind off of being in the hospital. It was really heartwarming to kind of see that stuff happening, and to see the community sort of getting together and being a part of that was really neat to see. So yeah, definitely go give Amish Ace a follow. Did you hear about the crustacean accused of promoting his own shellfish interests? No, but I did hear about the turtle that took a self-portrait. It was quite the shelfie. Some dad jokes make more sense when you read them because of the spelling of the words and so on. But
bring it down hard.
This is a great mashup.
Dance off, bro. Me and you. I'm distracting you, you big turd blossom.
I am
John C.
That one's definitely up there on the goofy scale for sure. It's not my favorite of the Lord of the Rings ones that I've added to the stream, but it was pretty funny. Just the mashup of all the different stuff, and then getting the Guardians of the Galaxy in there was pretty epic, for sure.
You have my sword, and you have my bow.
And my axe.
That is no orc.
Thank you for those redeems. Did I see your Lord of the Ring big redeem? No, I didn't. But I will definitely check those out the next time you're streaming if it plays. I've had a lot going on with the family and one of my kiddos with school stuff this week.
Be taken deep into my
Hello,
Oh, this one's really loud. Let
can
me turn
you
that volume
hear
down.
me? Hello from the other side.
That one makes me laugh. But sorry for the volume on that one. I forgot to turn that one down. I turned all the other ones down because I heard from folks that RIP earphones and RIP eardrums and so on for having the volume way too loud. So apologies. I've missed that one apparently. But yeah, I had Amish. I had some really rough stuff happen with the family about a week and a half ago, and it's gonna have some pretty negative long-term effects on family and one of my kiddos. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna go into any of the detail on stream, but it's getting pretty ugly, and unfortunately, it's gonna be a long-term sort of drawn-out process that we're gonna have to deal with. But it's kept me pretty distracted from hanging out on all the streams that I love to kind of chill out and whatever at night. I kind of got back into streaming as a way to kind of escape real life and give me an opportunity to kind of get back into some coding and get into 3D printing and painting and whatever. Because, like I said, this is going to be a long-term kind of thing that our family is going to be dealing with. But it's going to take some time. We'll get through it. But that's why I haven't been as active in your channel lately. But I do love hanging out on your channel, dude. You do such a good job interacting with your audience and putting up with all the trolling, and you get so many controls that you build into your stream with bit redeems and stuff like that. It's pretty amazing. Like I love using ideas from your stream as kind of inspiration for my own, but nowhere near to the level that you pull off on your stream. Because man, you bring it for sure. All right, so we got those parts done. I added this extra little piece here that we missed before. It doesn't look as complete on the camera because of the shininess of the wet paint, but it will look pretty good once we get that finished up. I'm gonna add a second coat to these parts here, and then we might call it done for this drab color, and then we'll get into the burgundy, I think. Although there's a little bit of work in here that I might do with that drab color. I need to go back and look at the model. There might be a little bit extra in here that we can do. Skip, thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate you coming by. And Kitty Cat Mew as well. Thanks for coming by from Moko Maid's channel. Appreciate you hanging out. Thank you for coming by from their community. It's great to see you interacting over on Moko Maid as well. So thank you for being a part of that and all their many giveaways this week. Appreciate everybody that came by and those that did commissions for 3D Dragons and so on. So thank you for being a part of a very active, fun community where we all get to kind of interact and stuff. But yeah, if anybody else has to leave, please don't feel like you gotta stick around and having fun watching paint dry, literally. But that's always fun to have folks come by. Looks like Amish has also lurked. And also surprised no one has used the horns with the sound alerts more often. Yeah, I'll definitely check out Amish's channel and see what he's got going on. All right, well, let's go see what else we're missing from this piece, because there's a little bit more on this model here that I need to go take a look at on the underside. Let's flip the browser here. So we painted up these parts here. I added a little bit of detail around this, but the 3D model that I have isn't exactly the same as this. But there's definitely some parts down here on the bottom that I could get into. Oops, wrong thing to move. I moved my browser window. That's not it either. There we go. Stop it. OBS. Killing me. There we go. No. It's not the thing I want to move. OBS, why you gotta be such a pain? There we go. Oh, that's not actually what I need to move. I need to actually scroll it in the browser because I'm a dummy. All right. So this part down in here stayed with that. This actually ended up more of a pale white color, where this is kind of the gray from the hull that we painted earlier. I'm not too worried about that. I'm gonna leave this other stuff that same color. So I think I'm gonna do like some of this detail here in kind of that drab olive green. So if I orient this the same way, there's definitely not the same amount of detail on this that we saw in that other image that I grabbed off of eBay. But like some of the stuff I'm going to do in the darker blue, I think I'll do this part in that olive green. I'll leave this part kind of that color. I shaded this. Well, I didn't. This part kind of stayed the flat gray from the primer coat, and I didn't get as much on this side. I could have some fun with shadows with that. I might leave that alone. I'm definitely going to do this part in the green. I'll do this part in the green. I'm going to leave this part to be kind of worn. I think since I'm doing that, I might do this part in that green. Let's see, do I want to do anything else? You know what the heck, I'm going to do this part in that green as well. All right. Man, I really want to mask this off and like airbrush it instead. It'll be a lot faster and it'll be a lot more even. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to masking tape this off and we'll airbrush that in. It'll be a lot faster and we'll get a more even coat of paint on there. Kitty Cat, thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. Appreciate your visit. Thanks for coming by and hanging out with us for a little bit. I'm going to take my glove off here for a minute while I do this. It's a little easier to do the masking tape when I have two hands not covered in rubber gloves. Let's see. How are we going to do this? The nice thing about this model is it's got lots of grooves in here that I can actually fit that tape down inside and tape around things. So that'll help out quite a lot in that regard. So one thing that I would typically do on that is actually get in with an X-Acto knife and cut the tape so it's a little straight, got a little more of an edge on it. Except I'm going to need to do that on a surface that I can actually cut through. What the heck? I need a new X-Acto knife. This blade is awful. Did that even cut? Yeah, okay, that cut. All right, I'm going to leave that as is. So what I want to do is I want to get the tape down in that groove and then use the tip of the X-Acto knife to kind of tap it down on that edge as much as possible and get it adhered to that edge as much as possible, and then we'll fold it down from there. So it'll cover as much as possible on here. It's not going to be perfect, but you know, it'll be fine. For what we're doing, it'll be fine. No big deal. And then we'll get this masked off around the outside. And I was talking earlier about how my dad used to work at 3M, and I got oodles of this painter's tape kicking around. So I have no shortage of painter's tape to go in and mask this stuff off. It's been a minute since I've actually masked things for painting, though. So, like I was saying earlier, it's fun getting back into these kinds of skills and using that half of my brain again. that have been mostly dormant for several years now. It's nice getting back into it and kind of exercising the creative side of things. All right. Get some thinner cuts of paint or cuts of tape in here just to mask that off. And let's see. Yeah, okay. Just trying to get an idea of like what all I want to mask off on this model here. So I think we'll mask that. So I'm just going to mask a large area to kind of catch any overspray. And then there's an area here that I can cut out with the X-Acto knife where I do want paint. And then I can rip the tape from there. So that'll allow us to kind of get down in this groove here a little bit, cover up that wall, and it's still going to allow us to get paint down into this little corner right here. So we just kind of tuck that in with the X-Acto knife blade on the tip. And then this part we can kind of fold down a little bit, and that way all the airbrush paint is going to get in all those little nooks and crannies right where I want it. And then this part here, I've still got a flat edge on this side, so I can get that in here as well. And we'll get that kind of poked into all the little corners there that we need. And so I just kind of lay the tape down, and then I just go in and I kind of flatten it with that X-Acto knife blade. Kind of like that. And then just to kind of protect from overspray, you know, just adding a little bit of extra tape here and there just to keep the darker green away from the areas that we don't want to spray. So I'm going to come in very, very gently and spray this part in here with that green. I'm going to do the same over on this side over here. All right, so I've got another long strip here that we'll kind of bring in. I'll do that along the outside wall. And again, we just kind of come in with that X-Acto knife. We just kind of tuck that in like we're tucking it into bed. I get this tucked down there. And that'll give us a nice sharp edge on that. And we just kind of wrap that around the outer side there. And the nice thing about the green painter's tape is the adhesive is just like a Post-it note. Like it just peels back off later, and it's not going to peel up the paint that it's sticking to right now. So it'll be really nice to kind of peel off later on. All right, and then we'll get in here. We'll kind of tuck this around a little bit. There's a little bit of a fold that I'm going to do right here just to kind of help get around this corner a little bit here. Otherwise, that's good to go. Tuck that down a little bit more. There we go. Just that's going to allow the paint to get right down in the creases down in here. Get all the way down in there. Sorry, I wish this camera would focus a little bit better than it does, but all right, so now I need to get this down in this other groove down here. So I'm going to need to cut some straighter edges here. I'm going to start on this side. It'll get a little trickier to get it in there. So I'm going to kind of overshoot it a little bit, and then I'll just tuck it down in there with that X-Acto blade. So all I'm doing is I'm using the back side of the blade, the non-sharp side of the blade, to try to tuck that down in there. And trying to gauge how much I actually need to tuck down in there. and we'll figure out everything else from there. No, it's not working as well as I thought. This groove doesn't seem to be as big as it is on this side. Might have gotten a little bit of extra paint in that groove that's keeping it from masking down very well. So I'll probably just do that for now. All right, so we got that, and then we'll mask off this little piece here on the edge. And then we had this piece kind of come across here. I chat more with people, but I wrote a utility for work to save my sanity. In mid-development, a coworker basically decided to put it into production. So I went from I have 5 test values, now let me do 6, to now I have 22 billion items. Oh boy. Yeah, good luck with that, RC. It's always fun having you drop by, but if you gotta take care of work stuff, I totally understand that. Not a problem if you gotta jump out of chat. I'm just going to be distracting people with dad jokes and weird background music and spray painting and odd monologue. So it's not a big deal if you gotta take care of work stuff. All right. So I'm just trying to work out like how much masking tape I need for each of these little parts to kind of tuck down in where I need to cover certain things up. And then we'll just kind of tuck that in with that blade, tuck it down in there, and we should be good to go. And then I'm just going to protect this other stuff from overspray again, just so we don't get overspray in those areas. But that's basically going to be our masked off area. We're going to hit these parts in here with that green. Now that I'm thinking about it, I may go in and do... Actually, no, that actually came out pretty nice. It's a little bit thick, but I think it's going to be fine as far as like how we want to do our battle damage and stuff like that. I think it'll be okay. And then on this side over here, I kind of want to go in and hit that with the airbrush as well, but it'll be a lot trickier to kind of get in and around and mask some of that stuff, but I think I'm gonna, at this rate, I'm not gonna have prints for Rocky Mountain. I mean, take care of work stuff, because I mean, without work stuff, you can't afford trips like Rocky Mountain. So, take care of work stuff, dude. Or if you want stuff printed, send me what you would want to print, and I'll print stuff here for you. The downside to having a dog like Riker is he gets dog hair everywhere, including on my painter's tape. Of course, if I hadn't dropped the painter's tape on the floor, I wouldn't have had that problem. All right, there we go. All right, so we got that side done. So with masking things off, you're basically just taking like little tiny pieces of tape and just kind of folding them over as much as possible to cover the areas that you don't want to get paint on. And then once you have the small areas masked out, then you can go in with the bigger pieces of tape and kind of handle where the overspray would have been going. But this is also where having an X-Acto knife comes in really handy. You can just kind of come in and flatten up against those edges. And then painter's tape will kind of take care of the rest for you. It's pretty nice in that regard. It's forgiving enough that it can kind of get into all those little nooks and crannies, and you don't have to worry too much about some of that. Sometimes you need like just a little triangular wedge to fit down in somewhere. So you just get used to tearing off weird little shapes and then reusing them. So I tend to tear off like lots of little bits and just kind of keep them stuck to my fingers until it's like, oh, I could use that little triangle piece right here. And then I go in and I tuck it in with the X-Acto knife. Just like that. And now I got a nice little tuck down in that corner. And then I can just put larger pieces of tape in here to handle any other overspray and stuff like that. For this long part here, I'll just get a long piece of tape and kind of fold that down. So I'll just mask out some of these other rounded parts over here that'll be a little harder to do. So with this, I just start laying down the tape, and then I just kind of poke it around that edge, get it around that round part, make sure that it's flat down to the floor down in here where I want it to be, down along in here, and then we're kind of good to go. And then I can just kind of fold this part down any way that I want to. And then I can kind of come back in here and I'll fill in this other corner down in here kind of as we go. But we'll make sure that this is all flat down in here and really press that in so it stays there. That's the hard thing about masking tape sometimes, is the masking tape will lift like it did over on this side. And if you don't catch it before you start spraying your paint or getting in with a paintbrush, then you end up with paint where you didn't want it to be. Well, that's always a little bit disappointing. All right, so let's get in here. So I need some more flat edges, not these pieces. I do need to double check one thing here. Okay. All right, we're good. And after a while, you get pretty good at estimating how much tape you need to get around things and all the little nooks and crannies of where you don't want to get paint. And how much you need to actually tuck into all those little corner edges and bits and pieces where you don't want to get paint. There we go. That'll give us some nice sharp edges in here. Do need to fix up this corner up here a little bit. And then I need to get these flat parts down here in the bottom, and then we'll be ready to get that airbrush back out. The other thing that's nice about this stuff is it's made of paper, so you can fold it like paper to get cool little corner creases exactly the way that you want them. And then again, you just go in with your X-Acto knife and you kind of tap it into that corner exactly how you want it to be. And then while you hold that down, you kind of fold the rest out of the way. Then you're good to go. But you got to make sure that those corners get tucked in really well so that they stay flat. So usually right before I go in with a paintbrush, I kind of go back in and I double check all the edges, make sure they're all flat and exactly where I don't want to get paint. And then I'll go in and I'll paint from there. All right, so those are done. I just need those couple of long pieces and then we'll be good to go. Oh, shoot, I just dropped my paint all over the place. Dang it. Thank goodness for squeegees. And a good thing we only need a little bit of paint to get in these areas. So. So I'm going to keep that kind of standing up like that. That'll help with some of that edging. And then, oh, come on, stay flat against that wall. Right there. There we go. Okay, and then I got one more piece I need to do. All right, we're just going to cover this part up here so we don't worry about that overspray. And that's looking good. All right, 2 more little pieces that I need to sit in there, and then we can airbrush. All right, last piece of tape, and I think we're good to go. Sorry, I know I'm doing some of this off camera. You can't see what I'm masking off, but I'm really just folding these bits of tape over here just to just so I can mask out this part in here that I want to hit with that airbrush. So this will give us a nice even coat on here without worrying too much about some overspray. So, all right, let's get this. All right, I think we're good to go there. And get another glove on here. All right, let's have some fun. And it's not going to take very much paint to get this part done. But it is going to be a really nice even coat in here. Just want to double check last little bits of where the tape is. Everything's looking good there. Yep. All right. Yeah, that's much nicer, much more even. Next time I say I want to do something with paintbrushes, smack me upside the head, would you? That came out so much nicer, so much faster than doing that by hand. So those are done. Now I kind of want to go in and mask these out and just do a little once over just because I think I'm gonna, we've got the paint, we might as well. As much as I wanted to do the sort of the battle worn on this side, I think I'm just gonna mask this off. We'll get in there much cleaner with the airbrush, for sure. Yeah, this would have been much faster to just mask off earlier. Airbrush. We'll know for next time. And I'm probably going to stay up and do the burgundy on the ship tonight as well. I don't know whether folks are still going to be hanging out and stream by that point, but if you happen to hang out that long, thanks for being a trooper and hanging out here with me. Feel free to keep saying stuff in chat if you are hanging out there. Maybe I'll do another giveaway for everybody that's still kind of hanging out here. So how about that? If you are hanging out in chat, I'm going to do another giveaway. I can't clear the giveaway, but you're around until about 4 p.m. or 4 a.m. Eastern time. All right, cool. I don't know if it'll quite be that late, but yeah, I'll do another giveaway as a thank you to everybody sticking around. So what I like to do is I like to rip this on an angle instead of being like perfectly perpendicular, because I want to get in on this as a straight edge here for this edge, this little short edge, but I don't necessarily want to cut, perfectly perpendicular, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to tear the paint off here, and I'm going to use the actual flat edge of the paint to actually do that edge in a nice clean way. So it just allows for better support or better detailing, I find, things like that. So again, I like to kind of get it on that angle a little bit. And it can be tricky. It takes some practice to rip the tape by hand on an edge like that. Make sure I get all the dog hair out of the way, just so I can get a nice clean edge on that little bit right there, and then rip that off, and then I can use the straight edge from here along this part, like that. I need just a little bit more for here. And we should be good to go. Already paint that side? I did not paint that side. All right, so let's get the glove back on. We'll get this stuff painted. Can't wait to see this finished. Yeah, me too. I've never airbrushed a model like this before, so it's pretty fun to see. Oh, this is so much nicer. Yeah, next time I say I'm going to do something by paintbrush, smack me upside the head. That is so much better, so much cleaner, so much more even. I knew as soon as I mixed up that paint that I shouldn't have put the paint thinner in there and the flow improver, because it makes it really hard to paint that paint with a paintbrush. And this just goes on so much nicer. I mean, this is basically going to make Boba Fett's ship look brand new. But it's going to come out with really nice clean edges, except for this part right here where the tape lifted on me. So I might rip off that piece of tape real quick and see if I can get that paint off, because that edge is not going to be very clean. Actually, yeah, it looks fine. Yeah, it looks okay. So I'm going to pull all that tape off. We have super crisp, clean edge on there. And we got our detail painted in exactly how we want it. Perfect even coat. Looks marvelous. And then we got to paint this part here that we masked off and we didn't actually get around to painting. And yeah, I've sprayed that side. I didn't spray this part though. And because of how I taped the tape down and all the little nooks and crannies in here, I can basically just hit this and rotate this around at different angles to really get in there, all those different spots that we wanted to get paint. We're good to go. All finished up. Nice and quick. Very, very, very nice. Just gonna do a little bit of detail on these parts here. Well, that part I covered up with tape though. Just to even that out a tiny bit. Nice thing about airbrush is you can give it just a little bit of air, just a little bit of paint, and you can go in and you can detail it just a little bit in a really, really fine detail with an airbrush. I know I said I wasn't going to do a second coat on this, but I lied. Airbrush makes the paint go so much farther too, as far as like getting in with a paintbrush versus getting in with the airbrush to get the paint exactly where you want it. This is so much nicer. Yeah, and we'll do these other little details in here as well. A little bit of air, a little bit of paint. You can get it exactly where you want it. And get decently close to it. There's still some overspray that happens, but it'll be fine. It's all good. All right, so all of our drab green is done. Everything got masked off really nicely. I think from here, I'm going to get into the burgundy. It's really the only other major color that we have to paint on here, as far as like large areas of paint. The little bit of detail that's left here on the bottom, I have to do in, I have to do by brush. Well, I guess I don't have to do it by brush. I could airbrush, it would certainly be faster. I'm second guessing myself. I did say if I was going to do it by hand to smack me upside the head. None of you are doing that. The new Mando bandolier came in today. Sweet. Looks 100 times better. That's awesome. Did you get you had a problem, was it with the gauntlets, the arm gauntlets or something? They didn't fit. He was going to like resize them for you. Did you get that done, Amish? Did you have a chance to talk to him about the gauntlets were too small? Yeah. Did you have a chance to like get those swapped out and get other gauntlets made? He upsized them 5%. Was that enough? They're printed. It just has to do the painting. Oh, okay. You hope so. I mean, 5% doesn't sound like very much. But in the reality of it, I mean, if it's 10 inches and you're increasing it by 5%, you know, that's another, what, half an inch? Which doesn't sound like very much, but when you think about like the circumference of your arm or whatever, like that half inch could be all you need. So hope that works out for you. All right, so that drab green is all done. We got everything that we needed from that. So I'm just going to go ahead and clean the paintbrush or the airbrush here a little bit. So I'm basically using a combination of thinner and cleaner in the cup of the airbrush because a lot of the paint gets dried in the cup while you're working. And then the same squeegee that I was using before, I basically just suck it up and then force it back down, suck it up and force it back down. And that helps kind of wash a lot of that stuff out. And then I usually just dump this out. I don't necessarily spray it through the nozzle, but spraying the cleaner and stuff will also clean out the front of the airbrush a tiny bit from what I'm finding so far. So I'll probably do that a little bit. Because yeah, that front end does get a little gummed up. And then I usually just flush it down with some water. 5% on those seems like a lot. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're changing by 5%. So, like I imagine 5% on a big torso piece would be a lot more drastic than 5% on a glove. All right, so I got that pretty much cleaned out. I'll wipe out that cup so we don't get any residual green when we switch over to the burgundy. I'm definitely going to have to go in and like hit this with some just straight up paint cleaner later. Nice thing about the new airbrush that I got is this whole cup comes off, so I can just soak the whole thing in some paint cleaner. That'll make that a lot easier to manage later. Okay, so that's good. And then yeah, the end of the airbrush really gets gummed up. I don't know if I'm not thinning it enough or if there's just something else I need to do. But this tip gets really covered in paint in here. I might need additional Velcro straps to make the gloves less loose around my wrist and forearm. Okay. I mean, nice thing about Velcro is you can just Velcro onto other Velcro, so you don't even need to necessarily make a whole new strap for it. But I can see the appeal of like get the person making it to just fix it how you want it to be, without having to like go in and jerry-rig stuff yourself later. It's kind of the idea of like why you pay someone else to do this kind of stuff, so they do that kind of stuff. Looks like I mixed the paint perfect. I mean, I'm pretty happy with the coloring so far. The burgundy, I think, is going to be a little more challenging because all the reds I have are a really bright red. So I'm trying to imagine how to get into that burgundy color from the ship. So if I go back over to the browser over here and go back over to this angle here, like this is a really rusty sort of brown color. So I imagine I'm probably going to have to start with that brown color, maybe add a drop or two of red, and then I might have to go with, see if I have a darker brown, maybe, because over here it looks a lot more red than over here. This part's kind of shaded, but I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to get into these kinds of tones, because it's more of a rust burgundy kind of color. So yeah, it'll be fun. I'll have to dig into the paints here and see what I have available. I've got acrylic paints that I can use, but acrylic paints are way thicker. And they tend to be a lot harder to airbrush in my experience so far. But that's just because I don't have a lot of experience so far. And then as far as like what part I need to actually airbrush that color, I think I need to get around... I'm trying to imagine which parts of this I need to do. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to like do this part of the edging in a lot of that burgundy color. So yeah, I'm gonna have to like really dig in on that and figure out like which part I really need to do. Now the front part here, I know that this part here, so this is kind of the top of the ship this way, and I know this part up here is that burgundy color, which means I would have to put masking tape over this green paint, and this green paint is still really fresh. So I do need to let that dry a little bit before I go too wild on the burgundy paint here. I could at least start to mix it up and try to get a sense of like how I want to mix up the paint to get to the tone that I want. But I am going to have to figure out how to mask over that green without tearing the paint off later. But even if I do tear that paint off later, that's okay, because we do want like a bit of battle damage. So if it does peel off some of the tape, I'm not going to be too heartbroken about it. So that's kind of the goal here, and that's kind of the nice thing about airbrushing is when you're doing things to look aged, and you do kind of these weathering techniques and stuff like that. Sometimes putting paint and peeling the paint, or putting tape on it and peeling the tape back off, will actually peel away some of the paint that you want to actually look like it's battle damage. And that's why I did the dark gray undercoat, and then I went with the beige kind of overcoat. Now when I put paint on that, if I leave it wet and I put tape on it, like even just masking tape, and just kind of do this kind of thing on the paint, it'll peel off some of that paint, and it'll leave this underneath because this is nice and dry. And so that's mostly what I'm going to use is masking tape and the blue shop towels, just to pull some of that paint back off while it's still wet, and that should give us kind of that battle worn kind of damaged look that I'm going for here. So we'll see how this looks kind of as we go. But yeah, the dark green did come out very, very nice. Really happy with that dark green. You're taking notes. I have good tricks. I mean, this is all. I mean, some of this is from dealing with like hand painting things in the past. Like I said, this is the first time I've done airbrushing. But a lot of the same techniques kind of apply, especially with like aging and weathering. And most of that I learned honestly from Adam Savage and Bill Doran from Punished Props. They have amazing YouTube videos on how to make things look aged and sort of worn and rusted and things like that. They have amazing videos. If you're looking for stuff to go watch, go check out their YouTube channels for Punished Props and Adam Savage's channel. He calls his Tested. So Adam Savage is Tested, and Bill Doran, and I think Bill and his wife actually do the Punished Props thing together. They have amazing tutorials, where they're going and they're doing like really, really cool aging techniques on things. So yeah, go check out their channels for sure. Oh, you know who else has a YouTube channel? I have a YouTube channel. I have lots of free videos that you can go check out on YouTube. Most of them are career related, but I have been putting up some videos about the laser engraving and stuff like that. These videos I'm obviously streaming live on YouTube, and so these will kind of linger on YouTube for the foreseeable future. But yeah, if you want to go check out my YouTube channel, I'd appreciate it. If you want to like put a playlist on in the background and just play a bunch of stuff in the background at like 2x speed, for like a day or two, that would be wonderful. I'm trying to get my my viewer hours up over on YouTube so I can start monetizing over there. Again, not that I want to make money as a streamer, because that's not my goal. But the money that I do make as a streamer goes back into these fundraisers. And so my goal is to make this content available, and if possible, monetize it in a way that I can turn around and put that money back into these fundraisers. So if you can help me out by watching the videos in the first place, that would be great. Like watching them live is always great because I love interacting with folks. But if you can just throw a playlist on in the background, that would be really tremendously helpful. I've got playlists of like full episodes, and I've got playlists that I've made of live streams where I've had guests on the stream. If you can literally just throw that on in the background and just let those play in the background for a little while, that would be tremendously helpful. I've got to get 4,000 of viewer hours in a year in order to kind of get to that next sort of tier on YouTube in order to start monetizing YouTube. So it would be a huge, huge help if you could just throw a playlist on in the background. You can just turn the volume down to 0 and put it on like 1.5 speed or 2 speed and just let it rip through the playlist. That would be tremendously helpful. However, please, 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 before you do that, double check with your ISP if they have a data cap. If they have a data cap, I don't want you to have to pay data cap charges. So the other thing you can do is turn the resolution down to like 144p, which is really, really lousy resolution, but it will keep you from hitting data caps where you're not streaming like terabytes of my video, because you don't need to. If you're just putting it on in the background, you don't actually need that level of detail. And so you can actually simplify your data plan a little bit. Oh yeah. masking that stuff off came off really, really nice. I realized there was one part that I hit with a paintbrush, and I'm like, I'm gonna paint this part with the paintbrush, and I left that part taped over, so I didn't actually hit that part with the paintbrush. And now my paintbrush is clean. I do have a little bit of that paint left over though, so as much as I said I wasn't gonna go back in with a paintbrush, here we go. Actually, I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. Watch this. Watch this. Because this paint is really, really watery, watch what I can do. Look what I can do. Was that Mad TV? Look what I can do. Is you just grab some, so leave the paint on there for a minute. You don't want it to dry on there, but then just grab some of your blue shop towel and just kind of dab it off. And if this were a darker shade, you know, you can kind of see it. It left a little bit of the paint behind. I guess you can't really see it on the camera. This camera's lousy. But trust me, some of it lingered. But because I hit the middle part with a big blob of paint and I left it there to dry, I can't really do this blob effect quite as effective as I would have liked for kind of aging that middle part. So I'm actually just going to coat this up in some paint, and I'm just going to leave it on there to dry. And I'll do this part with the burgundy last and see if I can get that blob in the middle to kind of chill out a little bit. So I'll leave that off to the side. Clean out that brush a little bit. All right. Cool. So we have a nice clean brush. Use for next time. Got to take care of your equipment. Especially if you're investing in your equipment, you got to take care of it. If you're buying cheap paintbrushes, then you don't have to take care of it because you can always replace cheap brushes. But if you're going to spend money on good brushes, then take care of those brushes. All right, so let's go back and take a look at that graphic and see what we need. See what we need on here. Okay, so this top part of the ship, there's actually going to be a dark gray part up here at the top. And then there's going to be burgundy on those pieces coming all the way around to the edge. Okay. So let me do one of these. All right. So this top part here is going to be a dark gray, and then this part here is going to be that burgundy color. And the dark gray has a little bit of battle damage. This part is basically coming in with the burgundy. This part down here is going to be burgundy on both of these sides. So I'm definitely going to have to mask over that green paint. It's tacky. It's not all the way dry, so I need to let that dry a little bit before I can put masking tape over it so that I can get in here with the burgundy. I can tape over this part, no problem, but I don't want to put masking tape on that green paint just yet. So I'm going to leave that alone on that piece. On these parts, let's see. I'm trying to think of how this whole thing goes together again. So this is the back part to this. So these two parts fit together like this. And so again, this part's going to be burgundy. This part will be gray. This part will be gray, and then this part will be burgundy here. So this part's going to be burgundy up to here. This part will be gray, and then this part here is going to be burgundy. I can mask that off, and I can paint that. Because I didn't get any green paint all the way up onto this ridge here, I can basically mask all of that off and do the burgundy around this edge. And but I'm not going to need very much burgundy paint to hit that edge. So I really need this front piece to finish drying that green paint. I could get out a hairdryer and speed up that process a little bit. I think I might just, I don't know. I'm debating whether I should just let it dry overnight instead of trying to do too much of it all in one time. That's the thing with paint is, you know, as much as I want to battle wear it and like maybe peel some off, like it would be fine. I don't want to peel off more than I have to. Maybe... Okay, you know what I'm going to try? I'm going to try a little bit of tape. So I'm going to grab just a little bit of the tape that I used before. I'm going to put it on here, which is still tacky. And I'm going to see how much of that actually pulls up. And you know what? Almost none of it. So that's not even pulling that tape off. Or sorry, it's not pulling the paint off at all. So even though that paint is a little bit tacky, the adhesive on this tape is so slight that even putting that tape directly on that paint that isn't all the way dry, it's not even peeling the paint off. Like, that's still perfectly clean. So that's actually going to work out just fine. So I'm just going to go ahead and mask over that, and we'll mix up that burgundy paint. So that's burgundy. This tip back here's burgundy. I need to figure out on this part here how much of this is also burgundy. Because when we factor in this side of it, so these two pieces fit together like this, and that dark green came out really, really nice there. I got a little bit of overspray here. It's a little hard to see on the camera, but it's there. It's there enough to bug me. This part then matches up with this part here, and then these are all going to glue together. So I've got some really good 3D printer glue that'll glue this stuff. It basically chemically welds these pieces together. So it's not so much like a crazy glue, it's more like it's actually going to melt the plastic into the other plastic. So it'll be a very, very thorough kind of glue sort of job. But I need to figure out how much of this actually gets painted in that burgundy color. And I touched something with my finger that was actually still really wet. Oh, it was that part. So that part that I was going to let dry, I actually stuck my finger in it. And now I got to go with my paintbrush dirty again and paint that part back in again. Because I'm a dummy. Look at me, everybody. I'm a dummy. I'm a big dummy head. Doesn't know how to paint. Actually, I know how to paint. I just don't know how to not touch it with my fingers after I paint. Okay, but I do need to go in and figure out how much of this I need to make burgundy later. All right, so now I really am going to let that sit and dry. Wash out my brush one more time. All right, and we're good to go. All right, so we're going to do burgundy on the bottom part here. So looking at the image, it does look like that burgundy comes all the way around. I need a better like side profile shot of this. Like that. Ta-da. So here's that wing in that same profile view that we see here. So some of this is going to be kind of that charcoal gray. See, again, the model's not exact to what we're seeing in the browser down here, but we're basically going to make all of this burgundy, and I think I'm going to make this part here. Sorry, you can't really see. I'm going to make this part here that darker charcoal color. I think that'll be fine. And then nothing else on the tip here really needs to be. Nothing else on this needs burgundy, so it's just burgundy around here. I may bring the burgundy all the way up into here. But these 1, 2, 3, 4, these 5 squares right here that you see, I'm going to do that in that darker charcoal color later on. So while I'm explaining all of this, I'm also mentally trying to figure out how much paint do I need to mix up. Because the airbrush won't need very much paint. I don't plan on getting in with the paintbrush on the burgundy side of it. But I do need to figure out how much I need to mask off for overspray and stuff like that. But I think this is going to be pretty straightforward from a masking point of view. So even if I don't get to the burgundy tonight, I can at least tape it off, and then I'll double check the the masking tomorrow right before I paint. Make sure that the tape hasn't lifted off the model, so that I'm only painting what I intend to paint, or I'm only getting paint on the part that I intend to get paint on it. All right, stack up that part. Yeah, the tricky part is going to be masking off this little corner piece up in here. It's going to be a little bit tricky to do that. Not the end of the world, but one thing that I've done in the past is I'll actually just lay masking tape over the whole thing, and then I'll just go in with the X-Acto knife and cut that out, but my X-Acto knife blade is dull. So I might be able to do it, but I'll have to see how good the blade is here. Not worried about cutting the plastic of the model. That's the least of my worries. I do need to figure out where that groove is. There it is. You know, I just realized I've got a sharp X-Acto knife on the other side of the shop. Oh, this actually worked out all right. Mostly all right. Mostly okay. So there we go. So I was able to kind of cut out a piece exactly. So all I did was I laid the masking tape down and then just using the edge of the X-Acto knife, just cut through the grooves in the plastic where the grooves are. And I was able to like get that exact little triangle up there exactly how I wanted it. So yeah, it's going to be fine doing that. Cool. I do need a sharper blade though. This blade is garbage. But for now, it will suffice. All right, and then I just got to get this piece on the end here. All right, so that piece is all masked off and ready to go. I'm going to do this one. I'm just going to do the same thing on that edge. So I'm just putting a piece of tape on the whole thing, and then I'm kind of rubbing it down a little bit. When we rub things down like this, we call it burnishing. It's actually a term I learned from doing graphic design. But that'll help me kind of see where that groove is. So I can kind of see that the groove is right here. I know it's really hard to see on the camera, but I kind of scored it. It's a lighter color now. I can come in now and I can just hit that with the blade of the X-Acto knife and try not to cut my finger in the process because that would be stupid. But it would be a very Ian thing to do. And then I can kind of come down this groove here. Again, without cutting my fingers, because I love my fingers. They make me money, and I want to take care of those fingers. And now I can just come in and I can peel this off all the way. Provided that corner cut properly. Welcome, Erican wife with a rate of 19. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. I'm Ian Douglas. I'm a variety streamer. And Thursday night is fun craft night, so I'm kind of airbrushing and painting a Boba Fett ship. And we had some giveaways earlier. I'm actually going to do another giveaway. So if y'all want to get in on a giveaway, feel free to do exclamation point giveaway. We're going to do one more giveaway. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? Because a bunch of people bailed on me? I'm going to give away that Lego kit right now. Exclamation point giveaway. If you're in the domestic US, I will ship this to you for free. I'll change my camera view here in a moment and show you what we're going to give away. But we're going to give away a Lego kit. And if you're in the United States, I will ship it to you for free. If you're international, I will cover up to $10 worth of shipping. And the rest of the shipping will be yours to sort of send me ahead of time. And then I'll buy the shipping label and I will send you a cool little Lego kit. We tried to draw for this earlier tonight, and everybody that entered the giveaway left. So you do need to be present in my chat when I draw. So feel free to throw me a follow. And now you're here. Hello, welcome. So yeah, we tried giving away this Lego kit 3 times earlier tonight, and everybody kept leaving. They would do exclamation point giveaway in chat, and then they would leave. And it's like, well, dude, that kind of is counterintuitive, because if you leave, then you don't know whether you win. And if you don't know that you won, you can't claim your prize. And then I end up redrawing, and I ended up redrawing like 2 other names, and none of them were here, which is super disappointing. So I put the thing on the shelf to give away another time. But since y'all showed up and you were gracious enough to raid on into the channel, then we're going to give it away to you and your community. So how about that? Also, everybody who raids into my channel gets entered into their own little special giveaway. Fix my microphone here. Everybody who raids in gets put into a giveaway that once a quarter I draw from all those names. Last quarter we gave away a 3D printed dragon. Let me switch my camera over here. Hello, I'm Ian. Tonight we got into painting, so I'm wearing my Babe Ross beanie. I love me some beanies. And this is the Lego kit that we tried to give away thrice. It is Goofy and Pluto. And can you imagine? Everybody that entered the giveaway left. It's like they knew that this was what the giveaway was going to be. But Erdkin wife, thank you for coming by. I love watching your streams. I tend to lurk in the background because it's amazing watching like the beadwork and the jewelry stuff that you make. It's outstanding. Like huge props to you for the kind of craft work that you do. It blows me away. And thank you for all the support that I see you give in other streams like Amish Ace with the fundraisers and stuff like that. It's fantastic. So thank you for all your involvement there. It's really amazing to see people get involved in the community and stuff like that. So thank you. So I'm Ian. I'm a kind of a variety streamer. On Sunday, I help people with career preparation and interview preparation, especially those that are looking for a job in the tech industry. That's kind of my background. And on Tuesdays, I do programming, or I do like chatbot and stuff like that. So everything that you see happening over here in chat, this is all custom written chatbot stuff. Even the giveaway bot that I use tonight is all handwritten code by me. And I'm actually going to be extending that and expanding that. And we're going to be doing some pretty fun stuff with giveaways to hit both YouTube and Twitch as well. So I do have a YouTube channel. I'm streaming live on YouTube. Currently 0 viewers over on YouTube, which is no surprise. Still trying to build up that audience. I do have a couple of people watching over on Kick. So hello, everybody on Kick. If you do want to get on the giveaway and you're on Kick, you got to come over to Twitch, because Kick doesn't give us a chat API yet. So if you want to get on the giveaway for this Lego kit, you're going to have to come over to Twitch for that. Same with YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you happen to be watching, you do need to come over to Twitch to enter the giveaway. Have I really been streaming for 4 hours? Dang. Y'all need to remind me to hydrate. And Thursday is kind of my crafty night. So let me tell you about my giveaways. Every time I stream in the month of April, I'm doing some sort of daily giveaway. And it might be something fun and cool, like a little laser engraved or etched sign or something like that. I may or may not airbrush it. Tonight we also gave away a 3D printed dragon. So I love making these articulated dragons and giving these away. The last thing that we gave away was a laser etched sign that our recipient, they get to go pick from a catalog what they want me to go etch. But every time you come by and enter one of my daily giveaways, it gives you a ticket for a monthly giveaway. So the whole month of April, every time I stream, come in, do the daily giveaways. By the way, I also picked up some smaller 4x4 inch flats or 4 inch by 4 inch flats to etch out and engrave some coasters. So I'm going to do some coasters, and I'm going to get into like painting those and stuff as well. But here's the giveaway for the month of April. It's a giant 3D printed dragon. Now this dragon all started off this really dark blue color that you see underneath, and I'm basically going through and airbrushing this whole thing. And it's hard to see on the camera because the paint is a little bit reflective. It's kind of got a pearlescent sort of color, and so it tends to reflect a lot back at the camera. But this is actually several shades of blue and silver and gray paint. We're going for kind of an ice dragon theme. It looks a lot darker on camera than it is in person. So I'm going to get some better photographs of it and get it up on Instagram. You can go follow me on Instagram and Twitter. I use the same username. I know this link doesn't have Instagram on it, but I use the same username over there. You're welcome to give me a follow. And I'll be posting photos of this probably over the weekend. I want to get it out in some sunshine and get some outdoor shots. And then I will ship this kind of unassembled. So the head comes off from the neck. They will stay attached with a kind of a block in between. But the block here on the front, it sits at an angle in such a way that this won't stay locked in. You will need to like crazy glue this part on, but that's the only part you're going to probably need to crazy glue. There are some horns that go on the back of the head. There's one on the top of the head and then one on the jaw that you can kind of see there, kind of. And then there are little claws that go into each of the tips of the wings. So there's 10 claws on the wings, 4 claws on the head. Those will come in a little bag. The wings come off, but they will stay in place once you kind of put the model together. I put it together just so you can kind of see the size of it. But the wings will come off and they will be packaged up separately in the box. But this is our month-long giveaway. So every time you come by my stream and do exclamation point giveaway, you're going to get a raffle ticket towards getting this, and I draw for this on May the 2nd. I've still got a little bit of detailing to go in and do on the dragon, but overall I'm pretty happy with the how it's turned out and looking, and some of the shadow and stuff that I've put in here. Pretty happy with that. The tail also will come off for shipping, like that. And there's that little block that sits in there that this will kind of sit in on, and the tail will stay in place. The head will stay in place on the neck. But getting the neck to attach to the body, you will need to get some kind of crazy glue, or if you're into 3D printing and you have a good 3D adhesive like Gloop, it'll work fantastically well on this. So we're going to do a drawing for this Lego kit because everybody else left earlier tonight. So Erdkin wife, appreciate you bringing your community over. We're going to draw for this. So if you're community, if you're still hanging out, if you do exclamation point giveaway in chat, you will need to follow in order to chat. But do I sell that dragon? Yes. So I do commissions. If you want it all in a flat color, that's one price. If you want me to go in and airbrush it and detail it, that's a much higher price. The other one that I'm doing actually as a commission is this one. So this one all started kind of this drab sort of beige color, and I'm going through and I've got kind of this light tan color on the top, which has kind of a bit of that gold pearlescent in here, and then the bottom here is going to be a much brighter gold. I also just got this in the mail today. It's like 2 pounds of coarse sand. I'm not going to paint all of this, but I'm going to grab a handful of this and I'm going to spray paint it gold, and I'm going to put it all along the bottom here, and basically I'm going to be painting this like Smog from Lord of the Rings, and so it's going to gradiate from the tan up into a red, and then the top of the wings will be black, like the ribbing on the wings will be kind of black, and the spikes down the back will be black and things like that. So if you've seen pictures of Smog the Dragon, there's lots of models on Etsy that you can go look at, and those basically what I'm using as inspiration. But this is a commission, and this is actually going to be for a family member who has a birthday coming up. But it was commissioned by a family member to go in and build this out. So same kind of thing. The wings will come apart, and they just kind of sit in that groove, and it's going to be a lot of fun to go through and finish painting this up. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So I can do it in resin. Resin prints come out with a lot better detail. On the FDM printed dragon, it's much bigger. So if you want a much bigger one, I'll probably price these both the same because it's about the same amount of involvement to actually 3D print them and get them cleaned up and post-processed and so on. And then whether you want it left a color, like a solid color that you can paint, or I can just put like a primer coat on it and then you can paint it whatever color when you get it. Or if you just want it in whatever color filament, we can talk about that. Or if you want me to airbrush it, I can certainly airbrush it, but that does take a fair amount of time. Like it takes probably 2 or 3 weeks to airbrush a dragon. But that one's going to be really sweet when it's done. So I'm looking forward to getting in and doing like the smog level detail on that one. So you hoard 3D printed dragons, sweet. You'll print them eventually. Sure you will. Sure you will. Morgana, good to have you here as well. Your mother used to collect dragons. When she passed, I took her collection. I've been wanting to add to it. That would be perfect. Sweet. Well, hit me up on Discord if you want. I do have a Discord community of my own, but I'm also on Moko Maid's Discord as well. I sold a lot of these articulated dragons today that they were giving away on the stream. So this one is kind of we call it burnt titanium, and this one we gave away earlier tonight. One of my printers just finished actually about 10 minutes ago. I'm like, why is it so quiet in here? Because one of my noisy printers just finished. And that one's going to be like a really matte forest green color. Because what I was mentioning about people raiding into my channel, the name that I drew last quarter was Madeline of Rivia. It now goes by Madeline Patience here on Twitch. And they wanted a multi-green articulated dragon. So I'm going to go grab that off the printer. I'll show you what I made. So literally hot off the presses because the print bed is still really, really hot. It's a nice, very flat matte green, like a dark forest green color. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this off the print bed. I'm not going to paint it while it's on here, but I'm going to hit this with an airbrush and I'm going to do different shades of green from different angles. So depending on how Madeline wants to like coil this thing up, because this one kind of rears up, on its back a little bit to kind of rear up its head. I'm going to hit it with some really, really nice paint and send that over as a thank you for raiding into my channel. So everybody that raids into my channel, you're going to get some kind of giveaway thing where I'm going to spend some time like making you a really nice thank you gift. So Arid, for raiding in, you're now in this quarter's drawing for some kind of really nice gift. If you want something 3D printed and airbrushed and things like that, we'll talk about that. But that's my way of saying thank you for trusting your community with mine. I am a family-friendly streamer, so I tend to keep the language clean, and I've got just, kind of nice, gentle music going in the background. So yeah, I appreciate you coming by for sure. What else did I miss in chat here? Eric and wife's back. I'll wait to contact you. Hopefully I get my Discord account back. Yeah, I heard about getting that hack. That's awful. I hope that you get that taken care of for sure. Yeah, my voice command thing. Every time I say the name of that community program, it'll come up with the link over there. But you can reach me on Moko Maid's community over there if you want, or you can go hit up that link and go join our community, and you can contact me through there. Just send me a DM and we can chat. But for everybody that raided over with Eric and wife, exclamation point giveaway. Command's up here. Exclamation point giveaway. We're going to give away this little Goofy and Pluto Lego set. We're going to give that away right now. And then it's 12:30 a.m. here. I'm probably going to start winding down for the night. So yeah, I think they went through and they contacted the company and all that kind of stuff. So Luke A5213, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Feel free to get in on that giveaway. Appreciate the follow. Can you join my live and shoot me a follow? I'm trying to grow. No, I don't really do a follow back just because you ask for it. Depending on the channel that you are, like I may choose to go check that out, but I generally don't. Most streamers aren't going to appreciate you just dropping into their channel saying like, "Hey, come back and follow me." I won't ban you for that, but dude, be cool about it. Like, don't do that to other streamers. That's not a cool way of doing it. yeah, it's not the thing to do for sure. But yeah, we're gonna give this away. So we'll give you another minute or so for anybody that came over with Eric and wife. If you want to get in on the giveaway for this, again, if you're in the U.S., I'll ship this to you. If you're outside of the U.S., I will cover a portion of the shipping to you, and we can chat about that depending on who the recipient is. So we got a number of giveaway folks. The nice thing about this is because it's past. Oh, you know what? Normally, because it's past midnight, it would. Yeah, the giveaway should now be on the new day. So only everybody that entered the giveaway in the last 33 minutes will be eligible for this Lego kit. So everybody that came by earlier on the stream and entered that giveaway, they're not going to be eligible for this Lego kit. Their names won't get drawn. So feel free to get in on that giveaway. Let me go see how many people are actually in the giveaway for this for today. What is the date today? It is technically the 14th. Do we have giveaways on the 14th? Ruh-roh. Something's weird. Oh, there we go. I just had to refresh. 13. Nope, they're all still showing up as the 13th. So we may end up drawing a couple of names that are not present in chat. So I'm just going to keep... Yeah, no, it's cool. If you do exclamation point giveaway, it'll tell you whether you're already in. Can I join my live? No, dude, because you asked... Yeah. Cool. So get on the giveaway. You're already in there. But we may have to draw a couple of names because a lot of these folks left earlier. But if you're still hanging out in chat, you are eligible for the giveaway. So do exclamation point giveaway, get in here. Even if you're international, like I said, we'll talk about shipping. Normally I'll cover up to $10 worth of shipping to ship this somewhere. And we'll go from there. So one of the things that I'm raising money for, I'm constantly doing fundraisers on my stream. I'm a big believer in diversity in the tech industry. Being a white male in tech, I have a lot of privilege and so on, but I recognize that a lot of people don't have that privilege. And so last year we raised almost $8,000, $6,000, $2,000. Yeah, it was close to $8,000 for a couple of charitable groups that are increasing diversity in tech. One was for a school in San Francisco, and one was for a group called Girls Dream Code at the end of the year. The current fundraiser that we're doing, and I'm doing these in 4-month blocks. So the end of April is the cutoff for this one. Is a group called Unloop, and they're basically raising money to help people who are getting out of prison to find jobs because they're typically heavily discriminated against. But depending on their background, they could be perfectly eligible for work, and people often don't give them the chance. And so we're raising money for Unloop to help them with their mission. And at the end of April, or $1,000, whichever comes first, we're going to roll over to another group. And that group is called STEM to the Future. And that's going to make STEM education and STEM equipment available to Black and Latino kids in an area, I think it's in Philadelphia, who don't have access to that kind of equipment right now and that kind of education. So that's something that I believe very strongly in. And so I'm constantly doing fundraisers of some kind on here, but I also help engage in other fundraisers on other channels and stuff like that too, like the stoplight fundraisers and the Stand Up to Cancer and stuff like that from last year. So cool. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do the giveaway. Like I said, we're probably going to have to draw names a couple of times until we find someone who's actually here. I'll generally give you about a minute or so to respond in chat. Let me know that you're still around. But we got 20 daily entries, and there's only a handful of you that are live, although we've got 18 viewers, so maybe most of you are here. But if you're just lurking in the background, then you might not get, you might not hear me tell you that you're the recipient. But this also, like when I do the giveaway command, it'll tell us like how many monthly entries are there from how many unique users. And so that'll give you kind of an idea of like your chances of getting drawn for the monthly raffle for that really big 3D printed dragon. So, all right, we're going to do one more giveaway here. I'll do a little drum roll. And this recipient is Max Payne, who I believe is not here. We drew their name earlier, and they're probably still not here. But we will wait 30 seconds or so, just in case Max Payne happens to wake up. Max Payne 39, if you can hear my voice, please say something in chat. But you've only got about 20 seconds to tell me something in chat. Otherwise, I'm going to redraw, and we will go somewhere else. If you are still hanging out over on Kick, got at least one viewer over on Kick, come over to Twitch real quick, get on this giveaway, because we're about to redraw names. All right, Max Payne, womp womp. Snooze, you lose. Check the chat list. He isn't here? Okay. All right, we're going to do one more. I'm not going to do the drum roll every time. RC Maniac, you are the recipient of a Lego kit if you want it. So RC, let me know if you want the Lego kit, and I'll just hang on to it until you're here next weekend. But you're the recipient of Goofy and Pluto. If you're into Lego, if you're not into Lego, there's no way you're here. Yeah, I know. You do want it? Okay. I'll put it aside with the other thing that I'm giving you next weekend when you get here. So RC Maniac's coming into town for a big 3D printing festival that's going on in the Denver region, and yeah, sweet. I will set that aside for you. Congratulations! Hooray! Finally gave it away. Jeez. That was the third time I tried giving away that Lego kit. Second time tonight, but it was the third time overall that I was trying to give that thing away. Hey, Randy, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Hooray. Yeah, there's cheers and lulls and boos and fails and all kinds of fun little chat commands you can do. You can change my nanoleaf lights in the background, all that kind of stuff. I just realized I'm tired suddenly. I'm going to loads of maker channel, sees the Moco logo, instant follow. Sweet, man. I appreciate that. Just for that, I'm going to let you stare at a Moco logo even longer. I'm going to take off the Babe Ross, pardon the hair, and we'll put on the Moco Loco. How's that? Ta-da. So yeah, I'm a big fan of beanies and supporting other streamers. So Eric and wife, if you have a merch store and you have a beanie, please let me know. I will more than happily support other streamers by buying a beanie of some kind. So I got Zach M. Rutledge, I got Amish Ace over here, I got Astro Canuck, I got Babe Ross. Figured, we're getting into painting. We might as well throw Babe Ross on the old melon, and we'll do some painting tonight. Love Babe Ross's channel. I own 2 Babe Ross originals. One of them's hanging on the wall right here. This is the first one that I bought from her. And then a second one I got from her is on a wall over here that I get to see every time I come down to the workshop. And, Lord knows, I put 2 keychains and a collar design in for the giveaways. Yeah, those 3D printed dragons I was giving away, those were a big hit this afternoon. I got like 7 new orders just this afternoon from people going, I want a dragon. So I chatted with a lot of folks about like, what color of dragon do you want? And I'm going through and 3D printing those. And so one of the things that I was explaining earlier, this one just finished printing a few minutes ago. It's cool now, but it was actually still warm. This is how it prints on the printer, all in one piece like this. Then you pull it off and it articulates. But everybody that raids into my channel, I put them into a special separate giveaway that I draw from every quarter. And the recipient of last quarter is a streamer here on Twitch that raids in. And Madeline brought in, I don't know, a couple of dozen people. And so Madeline was drawn by my bot to say, like, Madeline wins the quarterly giveaway for the Raiders. And she wanted a dragon that was going to be multiple kinds of green, but these really only print well in one color unless you get into like the rainbow filaments that change color over time. I've also got some really neat like red and gold transition filaments and things like that. But what I'm going to do with this one, once I get it off the plate, is I'm going to figure out how to airbrush different shades of green onto different parts, especially on the head. I want to get in with some really bright neon greens and some really nice like sort of grass green colors and neon green colors, and like mix those up and do like some speckle spots on the scales and stuff like that. I'm going to make this really, really nice. I'm going to send that over to Madeline as a thank you for raiding into my channel. Because I appreciate when people trust their communities with other communities. And I'm a big, big fan of raiding. I'm thinking now, like, who can I rate into? Because there are not many people streaming on Twitch this time of night that are into maker type of things. But usually, like when I'm doing my maker thing on Thursdays, I like to rate into a channel that's also doing making. Tuesdays when I do programming, I'll tend to rate into like another programmer's channel if anybody else is writing code. Sunday mornings, I do career development, interview preparation for people that want to get jobs, usually in the tech industry, but I also help out with advice and perspective as a hiring manager and someone who works with a lot of recruiters, to talk about like how do you just present yourself and how do you talk about the value that you bring to a company? How do you even research companies where you may want to work? And so a lot of the advice that I do on Sunday mornings isn't specific to the tech industry. It's also kind of adjacent into other companies. Like even tech companies have other roles that are not technology focused. If you're into marketing or sales and things like that, you can still go get a job at a tech company, but understanding like, like how is this tech company doing? Like, are they going to be around long term? What about equity? How do I do negotiations? All that kind of stuff. I help people with that stuff Sunday mornings. So if you ever want a resume review, anything like that, you're welcome to drop a resume over to me. I do them publicly on the stream for free. If you want a private review, I charge money, but all that money goes back into these fundraisers that I do. So if you do !money, it'll take you over to a web page where I'm very transparent about all the money I make as a streamer. It's not much. It's really not that much. I usually have less than a dozen subscribers, and people come in and cheer bits and stuff, which I appreciate. But all of that money goes back into these fundraisers. I don't keep any money that I make as a streamer. I work in tech. I've got equity and I've got investments and whatever. I don't do streaming to make money. I do streaming like tonight for fun, and I do streaming on Sundays to help people. And same with Tuesdays. Tuesdays, it's also like kind of an education sort of way of this is how you code and this is why you code this way and so on. But my Thursday streams is kind of my fun night. I wanted a night where I could engage like the creative half of my brain as opposed to the logical half of my brain. And so I got into more 3D printing. I taught myself airbrushing, got a laser engraver. I've been doing some laser engraving, all that kind of stuff. So it's been a lot of fun to go through and kind of get back into these hobbies and stuff like that. I'm one of those nice holes. Which laser do I have? I have a Taser P5. It's a little 5-watt diode laser. It does a pretty good job. Like it can cut through like a little 2mm wood. One of the things that I tested today was I blasted this with a ton of paint. And then I thought, well, can I etch over something that I paint? It turns out you can. It just burns away the paint and then burns into the wood. The little 5-watt laser is doing a pretty good job. I do need to go in and clean it though. It's getting pretty dirty. But I've got a second laser engraver coming on Saturday from Xtool, and they had a combo sale of a 10-watt and a 40-watt laser, and I bought a third laser module, which is 20-watt. So I'm gonna have a 5, a 10, a 20, and a 40. And basically the 10, 20, 40 I can swap out on the same machine. I can't swap any of those into a Taser P5 because the wiring harness will be different. But I'll be able to do some really cool comparison videos. Like if you want to get into laser engraving, what kind of power should you aim for? Depending on what you want to do. If you want to do little signs like this, a 5-watt laser diode works really, really well, and those machines are very inexpensive. If you want to get into like cutting thicker pieces of wood, or you want to do things much, much faster, then maybe a 10, 20, 40-watt. I think the 40-watt one we're going to see is pretty massive overkill. For what most hobbyists are going to do, a 40-watt laser engraver is way, way overkill. But the kit that I got is also going to have the rotary tool, so I can get into like engraving, water bottles. Not this one specifically, but I've got the Amish water bottle. But like, you'll be able to like put water bottles on there, and it'll turn as it's engraving and stuff like that. So I've got like the full kit coming for that. So that all shows up on Saturday. So next Thursday, I'm probably going to have that one unboxed, and we'll do some laser engraving on like a 10 or 20 or 40-watt power, just to kind of see like how quickly can it, etch out a sign like this, or do all 3 pieces, for something like this. So this one I did kind of that pearlescent paint that I've got on that dragon, so it reflects really well with the lighting that I've got. This one's not so much the pearlescent paint. It's got a little bit in there, but not as much. These are more just flat paint colors. So I've been having a lot of fun just exploring that kind of stuff and learning how to airbrush. And so tonight we were airbrushing this Boba Fett ship. This is basically what we've been aiming for, and we kind of masked out what we want to paint, these burgundy edges here on a couple of different pieces. And my airbrush is all cleaned out and dried out now, so I'm actually gonna shut that off for the night. But we've also got like the front of it. So we were basically going in and airbrushing. I went through and I airbrushed just a gray flat primer coat on it. It was kind of this light beige color. I hit everything with a dark gray. And then on the stream tonight, we did kind of the hull color. We mixed up the paint. We did the hull. We mixed up more paint. We did the darker green. I've got a little bit of that dark green left that I think if I can hit with a little bit of white paint, it'll probably make, let's see if I can drag this over properly. We can probably make this color of paint just by lightening up this darker color that we made. I think I just need to add a little bit of white to kind of get the color in between these two colors to get kind of this. And then we can go in and we can do like some sort of battle worn damage, kind of, aging technique on the paint. So I've done a lot of like hand painting in the past, but I'm new at airbrushing. So this is all pretty fun to kind of go in and learn and stuff like that. So Randy says the 40 watt I want to go for to see if I can cut thin sheet stock of metal. So the 40 watt laser, from what they spec out, it will cut like 0.2 millimeter sheet metal. But anything stronger than that, you're probably going to need to get into a carbon dioxide laser, like a CO2 laser, or the fiber laser. The fiber laser would do a much better job, but the fiber lasers are pretty spendy. Anyway, so this is what we were doing tonight. We were basically just coming in and like masking off different parts of the model and getting in with some of the paints. We're going to let that dry overnight. I'm going to do the burgundy over the weekend. This is basically for a 3D print challenge that ends on Monday. And so I want to get in, I want to finish up some of the painting on that for Monday. And so it's really, I really mostly just want to get the burgundy and the charcoal colors on the last parts of the edging. The front window portion here, I'm just going to do in a shiny black. And I might do like a little white highlight, like some light hit it or something like that. And then I need to glue it all together. And then I'm going to go in and do the aging and stuff like that. I'll be doing that over the weekend though. I may or may not stream doing that on later on Sunday. We'll see. Sunday morning is kind of my career development thing. And if I stream after that, then I'll probably do that like later in the day. But usually Sunday afternoon is like go to Costco and get all the food for the week and stuff like that and do food prep and stuff. And then I might stream after dinner, like finishing up the modeling on that. So yeah, it'll be pretty fun. But yeah, I mean, depending on what you're trying to cut into, the metals I use in my leather work are all rather on the thin side. I mean, you might get away with it then with a 40 watt. I don't know that I'm going to get into like really blasting that 40 watt laser at full power. Because I mean, that 40 watt laser, it'll cut through like an inch of wood in a single pass. So like it's going to be really, really powerful. Like this 5 watt diode, it won't cut through an inch of wood. It'll set the wood on fire before it'll cut through it. Like it'll cut through like 3 millimeter wood in time, like eventually, 2 hours later kind of thing from SpongeBob. But I'm excited to see what the 10 watt and the 20 watt are going to do. I have a feeling I'm probably going to keep the 10 and the 20 watt laser on there most of the time. But I do have some like really big things that I want to etch, and I want to do that in kind of a timely fashion. And so I may throw the 40 watt laser on just to see how quickly I can laser etch things with a 40 watt laser. So, hey, Devilbird, good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. Devilbird's also a fun streamer to go watch, very interactive, loves doing fingernails and stuff. Does a little bit of 3D printing as well. Devilbird, we were basically airbrushing a 3D print tonight. You have the 10 watt X tool? Yeah. So I've got the X tool had a combo of the 10 watt, 40 watt. I've got that coming on Saturday, and I also bought the 20 watt module for it as well. So it's the X tool, D1 Pro or something like that. So I'll be able to swap any of those out. Erican Wife, thank you. Thank you for lurking. Appreciate you rating over. Thank you again for that. So the monthly giveaway is going to be an airbrushed dragon. So every entry in the giveaway, so Devilbird, we've already drawn all the daily entries, but you've got a new entry in for the monthly giveaway. I'm going to get some photos of this up on Instagram probably over the weekend. It doesn't look this dark in person. It's much, much lighter and brighter in person. So I'll get some better photos of that online. over the weekend. And then I've got the commission one that I need to do. I need to paint some gravel in a gold color to get the terrain done for that. Got a lot to do, and I'm not even a full-time streamer doing this stuff. Just a lot of hobbies. So I'm very much a hobbyist in a lot of ways. But yeah, that's pretty much me. It's me in a nutshell. I just looked at your Insta. You have a Siamese cat that earned a follow alone. There you go. You were at rehearsal being deafened by percussion. Oh no. Protect those ears. You only get one set. So protect those eardrums for sure. Let's see who's online tonight. So like I said, normally when whatever theme I'm streaming, I like to kind of stay with that theme as much as possible. We got programmers, we got video gamers, we got a merch stand. Somebody's setting up a merch store. Okay. Got somebody, looks like they're doing some doodling, but they are not, I don't think they're streaming in English. Let's go see who else is online. Anchored Albatross is still going. Really? They're still live? Nope, they are offline. All right. So yeah, there are very few makers online right now. Let me go see if there's any other makers online that we can go right into. Zombie Hedgehog does 3D printing. Panfred Nudo doing some Lego, doing a Lego Groot. Crutchcorn doing some programming. Oh, Sharp Balloons is on. We've never raided into Sharp Balloons. I think we'll go right in over there. She's been streaming for about 3 hours. I think we'll go set that up. We'll go right into Sharp Balloons. Hopefully not wrapping up anytime soon. We'll go head over there. We'll give them some support. Before you leave, before you take off, before we raid over, I'm gonna go grab a dad joke. I'm a huge lover of dad jokes, and so if you could please, pretty please, grab this raid message for me, and we'll go paste that in chat when we get over there. Big fan of dad jokes. They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Well, not if it's poison, then the antidote becomes the most important. So feel free to Cricket Creates. Well, I already set up the raid for Sharp Balloons, so we'll raid over there. Never raided over to Sharp Balloons before, but it's a fun little channel to go watch. The bells are super loud. Oh no. Yeah, we'll go right over to Sharp Balloons. So grab this message for me, please, and paste this over in chat when we get over there. And we'll see everybody. I'll probably be streaming once or twice more over the weekend. I'll definitely be streaming Sunday morning, but I'm gonna keep painting this thing, and I'll be doing that. Oh, I just got raided in by Zombie. We were literally setting up our raid to raid out. So we're leaving in like 2 minutes. If you want to get in on the giveaway, you can for the monthly giveaway. It's a really cool 3D printed dragon that I'm airbrushing, but we've literally got like 5 seconds before we raid out here. So thank you for dropping by, Zombie. But we're actually on our way out too. So thank you. But we'll catch you over on. We got 3 seconds. See you over there, everybody. Cheers.
That's why we have the professor here. The professor. I'm the professor of media. That is media. Definitely media. Yo! Ian Douglas, thank you so much for this raid. Devil Bond. They say that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Poisons. That is absolutely true. Thank you for the piece of advice, Ian Douglas. How are you doing? Hedgehog. The raid of a raid. Hi, Zombie Hedgehog. How are you? My narrator is. I also love him. He is also a fantastic husband and father. We have got Mr. Sharp on microphone here, off camera. That's my husband, and I am Shayna.